Hello, everybody. How's everybody doing out there? Welcome, welcome, welcome. This is Day, your youth of the heart. We are really getting to the room. Everybody is getting activated. The first time we've ever done something like this before, broadcasting on this kind of messages. This program is really planned to be in a rotation. And actually, we have to try to find a way to make it virtual because of today's climate. What we came up with, I think, is a wonderful opportunity to meet well different artists, watch how they work, hear how they think, watch some of their process. And we've already shared a few messages already, but if you get a chance to check out our last two shows, person and subject show, you can go as you do, go to Freedom Quarantine on Facebook, they posted the artist gallery that show. You can also go to my YouTube channel where I'm running all the shows here so far. Very three days of full month. So this first week, I pretty much talked about the background where it's from, the process, yesterday, contacted, I started dating. Some artists actually started to explain to you the dog have and they started getting to more things, which is really everybody started to activate get activated technology. I can't tell you how many things that happen behind the scenes today on the idea of everybody's got different ability. And with this thing coming virtual, everybody had to learn and has to learn how to broadcast, which is one of the biggest challenges involved. So we will continue to try to make sure that we can make it. But this is not a television show, y'all. This is not a it's a reality show. We get people artists going to be able to things. If we had done this quarantine, the public would have been locked off. So the wonderful thing about it going virtual is that we get an opportunity to that you guys look in, ask questions, report. We got ways to let folks in. We got this happening, and you can see I'm trying to learn how they work. So everybody is pretty much checking in, seeing how we're doing, participate. If you have a question about something, you can just try to log in, ask a question. We open the dialogue for everybody. I'm going to mixture of videos and live presentations that will take place. We also have conversations with the chapter from artists. The artists are all over the United States. So we have one strategic artist in Springfield, Massachusetts. We also have in the Springfield area. And we also have artists that are from Texas, Virginia. If you want to find out where those artists are from, they're on the inside of the so this, I'm not going to be doing a lot of talking today because everybody's getting into the studio and working. Just want to give you a set piece of what to expect. I am the first person to do a presentation today, so I'm going to get ready to get that running for you. And we will get started. Because I need to get to work. So this is what's already happening. I'm going to show you what I'm doing and what my process is, and you guys can enjoy. And we will have artists coming on throughout the day.
You could be waiting. You could wait all night. I wish you could remember, but it's been a while since everything was so good.
Can't send me nothing. Well, you know, everybody, every now and then we get plagued with some serious technical difficulties. And today has been one of those days. It seems that all of our Facebook pages have crashed. But luckily, because of technology, we've been able to hold on to YouTube. If you read the scrolling message, that's where you can find the show. We are still live. Some of the artists are getting ready to start doing their presentations. Meanwhile, I'm holding down the fort. So thank you guys for bearing with us as we attempt to reroute and figure out how to get around this technical difficulty. I tell you, man, you never know what you got to deal with till you get into it. And this has been one of those kind of things, but we're going to make the most out of it because that's what we do around here. You know, we're folks that just try to keep it flowing and keep it going. So what I'm going to do for right now is that's like I'm going to play a little video of we have a small group of people that did a Baltimore quarantine recently. I'm going to let you hear some of their results so you can understand a bit how this whole thing works. What they're going to do is they're going to tell you a little bit about the process, what they learned. This was just a weekend quarantine. So if you can imagine that, this is one of those kind of situations where they came in on a Friday, they left on a Monday. And so here you go.
Hello, my name is Larry Poncho Brown. I am an artist and I'm also the sponsor of the Creative Quarantine Be More, our second one that we've actually done in the city of Baltimore, where we invite regional artists, whether they be from DC, Prince George's County, or right here in Baltimore, to participate in a weekend lock-in. Now, that's not what you normally think. We've done the Creative Quarantine Project started in 2006, where we started professional artists locking ourselves away for 3 weeks. of continuous work, and a exhibition on the fourth week. The weekend gives you kind of a flavor of what would happen on a longer period of time. So we had a great group of artists. Most of them were emerging. Maybe one was a mid-career and one established artist. So it's a good mix of talent in the room, good vibes, good people, and the weekend went really, really fast. So what you're going to hear, we're going to get exit interviews from each artist, what they learned, what the quarantine meant to them. For me, me and my partner Charles Bibbs first envisioned this project to be a think tank for artists, a place where artists could sit down and really just be creative. Because we're all bogged down on our schedules, we've got our lives. The question was offered, well, when was the last time you had a concentrated time to do a body of work? And neither one of us could think, we could only think back to college days, right? So that's how it started. And then we tried to figure out when to do it. And so we chose January as the month to do our quarantines because that's normally after Christmas. Not a lot, many shows are planned at that period of time. And we anticipate less distractions in January. I have been physically doing a personal quarantine ever since 2006, whether I have an organized group of artists or not in my personal studio. January is lockdown. So I just did a quarantine back in January, and this is an extension of that. I'm partnering with Wendell Supreme Shannon, younger artist here that I've been mentoring. And so we decided to put this together, and we attracted 8 artists, which is a good number for us, especially we're in. May have accommodated 10, but 8 was good enough for us to have a little breathing room to be able to talk. I had 2 artists that worked overnight, Saturday night. Everybody was given the right to go home and reset, because normally a true quarantine, we have housing worked out where they can actually sleep on site and create all around the clock if they want to. So enjoy the interviews, enjoy the art, and we hope you'll participate with us one time real soon. Thank you.
My name is Dayana Ali. This is my first creative quarantine, and it's something I really wanted to participate in because I feel like I never had time to do art, and this was a good way to just block out everything else and just dive into being creative. I got to meet a lot of new people. I got to see a lot of different creative styles and how everyone else approaches art, and I think that was really like a good thing to see because no 2 people are alike when it comes to art. And it was a free environment to just kind of do you and get feedback from other people, which is important when you're trying to figure out like what people want to see in your vision and what you want to put out there. What I need to work on, I would say, is time management, of course, because this was good for creating, but I know I won't have this every weekend. So art is something I definitely want to factor into my time.
Hi, my name is James Lowry. My experience at the Creative Quarantine was a very mind-opening experience. I enjoyed the energy from the other artists. I've learned a lot. And I've also learned a lot from Larry Poncho Brown as well. I feel like that the Creative Quarantine, it should be more. We should have more of these things because it helps up-and-coming artists like me to help find themselves in a sense. And I feel like my art has grown. I'm actually excited to get home and start working on some new pieces and use all of the energy, all of the things that I've learned from the other artists on my work. I'm gonna have some fresh new work coming out, and it's gonna be great, man. I'm super excited.
Perfect. Hi, I'm Mandela Brown. This is my first creative quarantine. I had a dope experience being around all of these different artists and trying to soak up their energy and put their energy on my paper or canvas or however I wanted to portray the ideas that were dancing around in my mind. I tried to bounce out of my usual acrylic and collage format medium, and I wanted to try watercolor. I learned a bunch of different things about watercolor, and I learned about the importance of the choices and materials you use, through the journey. So it was definitely a learning experience for the most part. I also learned that when you're surrounded by people with like minds, you tend to do more, are capable of more. You know, two minds are better than one. And we had 5 or 6 different minds in here, all being creative, all expressing their talents the best way that they could. And when I walk away from this experience, I will have a bunch of different ideas in my mind that I got from these guys. So this was a great experience. If you are an aspiring artist, if you are a beginner, if you're a seasoned artist that's been doing it for decades, this is a great experience for you nonetheless. And I pray that there's one soon again.
Good afternoon. My name is Arlesia Bibbs, and I had a wonderful experience here at the Artist Quarantine here at Larry Punchel Brown Studios. I learned a lot. Shading, color, collaborating with other artists here in the local area has been an amazing experience for me, and I look forward to participating in another one. What I learned here at the quarantine is working outside the box and trying new mediums is an awesome way to explore new ways of expressing yourself. Glow in the dark paint, for one, was a new experience for us, and we had a wonderful experience going to different studios and seeing pieces that were already done and being surprised by the illumination under purple light. So it was great, and I'm looking forward to making some soon.
How's it going? This is Blue Robin here, and I'm going to give you a little bit about what happened this past weekend at the quarantine and how it tremendously affected my growth, and how I'm going to kind of shape the next phase of my career. It's deep, so I'm taking a second to let it breathe. Just being in a space with like minds and other creatives where we're forced to just really dig, really let our art be what it is, not necessarily stressing about trying to get a piece done for a show or commission, just creating for creation's sake is what a lot of us artists actually need. So for me, being in a space to just being able to vibe off of other artists, some just starting, some who are seasoned, really helps me to kind of stay in the path and reminds me of why I'm doing this. Just being open to experiment and taking what I already do now and flipping it on its head and trying to deconstruct it and reconstruct it in a new light, in a new way.
Dedra Bell, DC1 artist, and I'm here at the Creative Quarantine, which has just finished up, but I'd like to say that this has been one of the most rewarding experiences I've ever had in my life. Now, how do you speak about something that has been so fulfilling and completed a lot of what I needed? I have been struggling with color. As much as I love color, I've been in color for all my life, I had come to a block where I didn't understand how to add color to the masks and the sculptures that I create. It's a done deal now. The energy with the other artists has been more than phenomenal. Just sharing that kind of space with artists for a weekend. And I might add that I was not able to come as much as I wanted to for a couple of reasons. Things happened, but you know what? I didn't miss a beat. Pancho is phenomenal. The other artists are phenomenal. And this is something that I will carry back home with me. And one of the major things I got of it, I have all these years only listened to dings and chimes and American Indian flutes. I came in, the jazz and the music that Pancho was playing, my life changed right then. And what I didn't get to do, it's already within me. Everything's coming out. This has been phenomenal. Don't miss it if you have the opportunity to deal with something like this.
My name is Wendell Supreme Shannon, and I'm the co-host of The Creative Quarantine with Larry Poncho Brown. This year we had the amazing opportunity of bringing artists from all walks of life, different regions of the states, to come together and collaborate, learn from one another, and create beautiful works of art. I was blessed with the opportunity to learn and teach at the same time with other artists who have different methods, use different materials, different processes in order to create works of art that I was able to apply to my own work. I feel like that's an important factor because artists get stuck in a box, so to speak, where they only stick to what they know and how they know to do it. By adding camaraderie, artists are able to learn other tricks of the trade, more so knowledge and skill throughout the art business, which is vital. It prevents everyone from being stuck and repeating the same cycle, finding new clientele, and just overall learning.
Hello, everybody. We are moving and grooving. Hopefully, everybody's doing okay out there. We have been plagued with some technical issues today. Everybody's trying to deal with the internet. I know what it is. It's Sunday. Everybody and their mama's home, and the circuits are just falling down. We lost all of our Facebook pages earlier, but I always keep a little ace in the hole. You can see us on YouTube. If you are having some other issues, please just be patient with us as we try to resolve this. I got another artist in the studio right now. We're going to bring her up so she can do her piece. This is Kathleen. Let me let her in the stream. Hey, Kathleen, how are you doing?
Good. I'm doing good today. I've been witnessing the technical challenges. So
it comes with the territory. So
it does,
we just keep it rolling and keep something on the screen. That's all. That's all you do. So how are you doing today? How are you?
Well, I'm doing good. I went and got a tripod today for my cell phone, so hopefully that'll be helpful.
Okay, well, I'm gonna turn it over to you. You can go ahead and do your thing.
All righty. Well, this is an experimental process. The creative quarantine. So Pancho gave us the instructions to experiment. So I am part of a couple of groups really, of women who are polymer clay artists. And in one group, one of the women told me that she was making beads out of aluminum foil. She was using aluminum foil as the base for her beads. So I thought that during this quarantine, I would try that out. So I have, I did a video the other day of the, excuse me while I get my phone into this tripod here. And I'm going to lower the tripod so it'll be focused on my hands on my workstation. Are you seeing me?
Yes.
Okay. So the process is to take strong aluminum foil, like so, strong aluminum foil. And she didn't actually describe it in detail, so I'm just kind of making this up as I go along. So you take the aluminum foil, and I just scrunched it up like this. And I took a knitting needle. I use a particular cording that it's a cotton cord. And I like it because it's thick and I can feel comfortable that the beads I string on it and the pieces I string on it are going to be secured. So I use this knitting needle to make a big enough hole so that the cord will fit into it. Okay, so we did that. I did that, and then I am also taking an experiment here with this clay called Living Doll. It's a Sculpey brand. I usually only use the Sculpey Primo because that is strong enough clay for some of the processes I make. So I take this clay and then I take it over here to my pasta machine and I roll the clay through the pasta machine. And what this does is it gives even thickness. So you get a sheet of clay that is even thickness. And you can fold it over and roll it through again and continue to roll it and until it gets to be a shape that you're looking for, usually some kind of rectangle. Okay, so here's the sheet of clay. And then I'm going to take it and wrap it around this aluminum foil. And I'm going to press the clay into the foil so it gets some kind of a shape. Get my cutting blade over here. Okay. So I'm going to roll it. Now, another thing is this makes an interesting texture. So if a person wanted this kind of texture on their clay, they could use aluminum foil to get a texture. But right now we're just getting the beads. Okay, so I'm going to roll this around and then squish it onto the aluminum foil so that it goes into the crevices that are created, and smush this all around. Now, polymer clay, it's a synthetic clay, so it functions a little bit differently, in fact, a lot differently than ceramic clay like Karen Clark uses. And the clay is heat cured. It's fired at 275 degrees for the most part. So that's less than a batch of brownies or cookies. And a toaster oven is suitable for small pieces. I have in my studio an apartment size oven and stove for bigger pieces, for big pieces that I make, like my heart boxes. Okay, so then I get a tube bead like this. And when I fire my beads, I put them in a pan, in this pan like this, and I use a paper towel insert that will allow, and cover that with a white paper towel so that the brown from the insert doesn't get onto the clay. And then I rest it in there so that it keeps the round shape and is not being cured on a flat surface. Okay, and then I put, and this is how I do all my round beads. Now with some, I will take, when it's total clay, I will often take a tube, like a what are they called? What are these called? Toothpick or a chopstick, and I'll put that into the core of the bead so that it, the hole maintains itself. But for this aluminum foil, it's not going to matter. And so anyway, just squish it together to get some of that shaping from the aluminum foil. And then I put it on there. I cover it just to keep any possible fume odors inside the aluminum foil. And then I put this in the toaster oven. So the polymer cures, like I said, at 275 or 260 degrees for 30 minutes for every quarter of an inch. So for these beads, I put them in for about 15, 20 minutes. And so here are the ones, the ones that I've made. So they're all ready now. They're cured and all ready to be covered. Now, the fun thing about polymer clay, or the distracting thing about polymer clay, depends on how you see it, is that clay piece can be covered over and over and over and over again. You can cure it and then cover it again with something else if you don't like what you have. Or in my case, I'm going to cover it with something else because I want a pattern. Now, when I teach a class, I always tell people that working with polymer clay is like working with solid paint. So all of the characteristics that come with mixing paint, liquid paint, are the same with the polymer clay solid paint. So I have this kit here, the Fimo clay. I use Fimo for a lot of the more textured patterns that I create because Fimo clay is a stronger clay, so it will hold the shape, like the canes that I showed yesterday. And here's one. Here's another one that I made for another project. So the Fimo will hold the shape of the pattern a lot better than some of the other clays. But like I said, it's very much like working with solid paint. And it comes in a range of colors. It also comes in metallics. So here's gold clay. It looks kind of brownish right now, but when it's run through the pasta machine multiple times, the gold comes through. So I'm going to take this clay, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to today create a quick, I'll call it that way, a quick pattern, unlike the canes that I showed yesterday. I call those canes that I showed yesterday the KDQ cane. Those are my initials. The KDQ cane because it is a cane that I created, a cane pattern that I created. So this clay, let me, like I said, the Fimo clay is a strong clay, and the Primo is a little bit softer. So let me run over to my supply and get some Primo clay. I'll be right back. So the clays also come in addition to the opaque clays, there's the metallic clays, like this is a green metallic. And then it also comes in a translucent version. Now I make sure I have translucent on hand because if I make a color and I don't keep track of the recipe, then I get to the end and I only have a little bit. If I need more, I can mix with the translucent, and that will the translucent will just add more clay without taking away the color. Okay, so like I said, the mixing the clay is like working with solid paint, and the clay will often have to be conditioned. It's called conditioned to get it soft and malleable. So polymer clay artists know that they have to condition the clay before they can start working with it. So I have this blue. Now this blue actually is a blue kind of metallic, or it's called pearl, which gives a metallic finish to it. So I'm going to soften it with my hands, and then I'm going to run it through the pasta machine, and that will give me a nice sheet of clay. And then I can also use this pasta machine to mix the colors together. So mixing the blue, here's the yellow, and get the yellow, mush it around, run it through the pasta machine. Polymer produces what I call clay crumbs. Maybe other polymer clay artists mention it too. So when we're working with the clay, we often have crumbs that fall on the floor, and some people have paper mat or some kind of mat they have on their floor around their workspace because of the crumbs that fall. But you can just get them up and pasta machine will often collect clay, residual clay around the wheels. So that's something to be aware of when using a pasta machine, that collection of clay can build up behind the wheels, and you want to be cautious about that. Okay, so I'm getting this so that it's conditioned to a level that I'm ready to do the next step. Okay, so with this now, I'm going to take the blue, and can you see the surface? Okay, I'm going to just take a angle cut on the blue as well as on the yellow. And all painters know that when you mix blue, and yellow, you get green, right? So here's the yellow and the blue, and you'll see that as I run this clay through the pasta machine, where the blue and the yellow mix is turning green. So often when I do a class, I do this mix with the yellow and the blue, and then the yellow and the red, which will turn orange. But I'm not going to do that today. Okay, so you see that the yellow and the blue are turning green in the center. All right, so now I'm going to do a quick process. Well, first I'm going to thin out this sheet a little more. So the pasta machine comes with a dial that adjusts the width of the sheet. And different pasta machines, the dial goes differently. So on my pasta machine, the highest number is the thinnest setting, but on other pasta machines, the highest number is the thickest setting. Okay, so I have some other clay have already conditioned. I'm just going to roll those out really quick. And then I'm going to do a technique. It's called mokome gane. It's a Japanese term, which means marriage of metals. I like to use this technique when I need to get an interesting pattern that doesn't take days to create, like the KDQ cane and some other canes can take days. But this one, the Mokome Gane, is fairly quick pattern to make. Now I have kind of a red-orange clay that I made from another project. I'm going to use some of that. I'll condition it with my hands, and then roll it through the pasta machine. When I'm conditioning clay with my hands and the pasta machine, I start at the thickest setting on my machine. I run the clay through the thickest setting and then proceed to get thinner and thinner. If you hear some kind of a sound in the background, I am in a studio with about 50 or more other artists, and I don't share my studio with the artists. The building has that many artists in it. And my neighbor upstairs is moving chairs around, or moving something around. So you might hear that sound coming through the microphone. Okay, so now I have this red, or orange really, and I have this yellow-green, and I have this kind of bluish. I'm going to get, let's see, I think I'm going to use this metallic. Maybe, hopefully it'll show up through the camera. the metallicness of it. So I'm cutting that. Gonna roll this clay through the pasta machine to condition it that way. Crumbs are falling. And maybe you'll be able to see how this gold turns shiny. So I fold it, roll it through, fold it again, and I can get really thin sheet, and that will bring out the gold tone. The more I roll it, the more the mica powders align in the gold, and the sheen of a gold tone appears in the clay. Okay, so you can see the sheen of the gold in the clay. And then I'm going to get this, I have a pearl color. It's a white pearl. And I'll cut a little bit of that. And then once the clays are conditioned and in sheets, then what I'm going to do is stack the sheets together. I'll stack the sheets, and you'll see me do that in a second. Now the pearl, this is also getting a sheen to it. And in fact, all of the clays, most of the clays I've used today, except for this straight yellow one, have some kind of a metallic or sheen to it. So that should make an interesting pattern. Interesting addition to the pattern. And a little bit of polymer clay goes a long way. Okay, so maybe you can see the sheen in this. I don't know if you can. It may not translate through very well through the camera. Okay, so now I have these sheets, and what I'm going to do next is now start stacking the sheets. In fact, maybe I get a little more gold. I'll cut a little more gold. I like the way gold appears in the in many of the projects I make. There's also a silver metallic, which I have a bunch of, but I'm just not using that one today. I'm just going to use the gold tones. Okay. Again, keep rolling it. The more you roll the metallics and the pearls, and the pearl clay comes in a range of colors as well: blue, green, yellow, white. The clay also comes glitter. So there's glitter clays you can buy, and there's another one that has kind of a plasticky element, looks like abalone shells. So you can condition the clay by rolling it through the pasta machine collect any crumbs that fall. And okay, get it a little bit thinner here. Okay, now next, like I said, I'm going to start stacking the clay together. And I'm going to use this one that is a variegated color through. I'm going to, let's see, I think I'll do the blue on the bottom. And then I'm going to take this green. I'm going to thin the green out a little bit more so that it'll give me a little more of a sheet of clay to work with. Okay, and maybe you can see how shiny that got too. Okay, so as one of my colleagues said, now everything is a design decision about which layers go where. A lot will depend on which colors I want to come through when and how. Because again, it's like working with solid paint so that the colors will mix and blend with each other. Okay, so I'm going to keep stacking. Cutting and stacking. All right, and now I'll take this variegated one or lay that there. And let's see, how do I want to go next? Maybe this next. And I cut this so I get an even rectangle. And then I'm going to lay the red on top. This red sheet got some dark, maybe blue. So I'm going to put that up right. And I'll put the blue next to it so that it will just kind of blend in with the blue. Okay. All right. Now I have a stack like this. You see my stack. And then I'm going to cut this in half. And then stack it again. Move this thing out of the way. Okay. All right, so I have a stack. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to take a stamp. I found a stamp that I like. I'm going to use this. It's kind of like a shield. I'm going to impress it onto the stack. Okay. These blades come in really handy. Okay, so you can see that there's a pattern on there. Then what I'm going to do is I'm going to take my X-Acto knife and I'm going to not use the blade side, but I'm going to use the dull side. And I'm going to trace around that pattern from the stamp. And I'm just going to cut all the way through the stack. X-Acto knife is wanted to come out of its section there. Okay. And then trace around the other side. And trace around this side. Looking for another set of tools I have, but I don't see it here. But maybe this one will do. You see, it's kind of got a little dimples in it. And maybe that. So the clay separates, of course, when the tools are poked in. And that's okay because after it separates, then we'll mush it back together. Okay. So you can see now I have made cuts in the clay stack. Now I'm going to mush it back together because it separates a little bit when it's being cut. So I'm going to mush squeezing it so it puts the sections kind of back together. Okay. So now what I'm going to do is take this blade, I'll wipe it off so in case there's any sticky clay on it. And then what I'm going to do is shave a section off and rock the blade through the clay so that I get a thin cut. And you'll see a pattern start to emerge. And so this is what's starting to show up. And I can take another blade. I have this jangled one. And I'll do it the dull side first and make another pattern in the clay. Now here's another result from stacking clay. If a person wanted to use this kind of stripe, they could do that too. Okay. So I'm going to go down and go around and down. Okay. And again, mush it back together. And then continue to shave off some sections. Clean my blade. And rock the blade so that it cuts a sheet out. There. And you get a pattern. Quick pattern. Now I can take this and run it through my pasta machine so I get a even sheet. And the pasta machine will also work to spread out the pattern. Okay. So now I have a pattern that I'm fairly satisfied with, and I can now apply it to one of my beads. Now the clay comes in a liquid form. There's a liquid translucent clay. And then there's also a version of the liquid clay. It's called Bacon Bond. And the Bacon Bond is suitable for, like it says, bonding material or to the clay. So you can use it with metal, with clay to clay, clay to other kinds of materials. So the Bacon Bond is a stickier liquid. And sometimes I like the Bacon Bond because I want the surface to be sticky. Other times I use the liquid polymer clay, the liquid translucent, because it's slippy. And if I need to make sure that a pattern spreads around a surface, I like to use the sticky liquid. So I can apply the liquid to this bead, if I can get it out. Here I can use, I keep a stack of toothpicks on my work table. They're helpful. So I can take it and spread the liquid translucent around the clay piece. Now these beads, I don't know if I already mentioned, but these beads have already been baked once. And so they're ready to cover. I could also leave them like they are if that's the tone I wanted to work with. Okay, so now I'm going to take this sheet that I just cut and wrap it around the bead. And like I said, this liquid translucent Sculpey is slippy so that it allows the material that you're adhering to the solid surface. You can slip it around and move it around a lot easier than if you just applied it to the raw surface by itself. So um, so I'm just using my fingers to move it around the surface of the bead. Cut another section here. Get a little more liquid. So the liquid, like I said, the liquid translucent is really helpful for a lot of reasons. So I keep both the Bacon Bond and the liquid translucent handy. Okay. So I'm using the pieces I cut off first to fill in spots that need to have some more. All right. So going to use my X-Acto knife now to open the hole that was covered. Just do a circle around. All right, so there's one bead ready to get fired again, and put it in my firing case here. And then just continue with the other beads to get them all covered. Again, using the liquid translucent Sculpey, and brush it on the bead. Take my blade, push this down so it sticks on the glass. I use a glass surface. I find a useful surface because the clay will stick to it. And when you have to cut something, the clay stays in position. So I'm going to rock this cutting blade back and forth across my section to get a slice. And here's slice number 2. That's one side, or here's the other side. I'm going to, again, run this through the pasta machine. And what that will do is elongate this cut. And then I can take the clay and again wrap it around this next bead. And just cover the whole bead. One thing to remember about the polymer clay and the firing process, this clay does not melt or blend, so that it's good to understand that the way the clay goes in the oven is the way it comes out. So if there are nicks or dings or element that you don't want, you need to fix that before the clay goes into the oven, because like I said, the way it goes in is the way it comes out. And so just squish this around. What I'm noticing about the using the aluminum foil as the core for this bead is that it is making the bead very lightweight. So polymer clay is a lightweight medium anyway, and having a aluminum core in the bead makes it even lighter weight. So bead this size or even bigger will weigh almost nothing when it's worn. Okay. So there's bead number 2. I'm going to stop at this point. I think I might have used up my time. But I'll stop at this point. And this gives you a sense of what can be done with the polymer clay. And technique, the mokome gane technique, which is a quick way to create pattern on your clay. So Pancho,
Sound. I'm sitting here looking at you, going, you must have the patience of Job, because that is very, very, very intricate.
Yes, and this, like I said, this is a quick way to get a pattern.
I know. I just get a headache because yesterday when you showed the canes you made with the patterns on it, I said I can't even imagine what you had to do. So I'm hoping that folks will get a chance to understand exactly how that works. We got 2 artists in the room. So before you leave, Kathleen, we want to get your face on the screen and we're going to let the artists in. Hey, everybody. I know y'all in the studios. Look at everybody's eyes. Y'all got on glasses and everybody's looking down. Kathleen just left the studio and did her presentation. So, we have been plagued with the live gremlins today, but we're not letting that stop us. We've been broadcasting live on Facebook in 6 locations. All 6 crashed.
Ooh.
And we have a YouTube channel which stayed alive, which helped us through this process. So how's everybody doing?
Good. How are
Doing
you?
great.
Y'all all looking down. Look at everybody's hands. Got everybody's lotion is is on the counter. Y'all.
There you go. That's right.
So how are things coming along with y'all so far?
So far, so good. Just things are drying in the
Technical
process.
difficulties.
That's okay. That's what we're doing today. Everybody's having a few technical difficulties, but I'm glad you made it through your whole presentation before it crashed. So we'll see you tomorrow, Kathleen, and see what else you're working on.
Okay, really good. See ya.
Take care.
Bye, everybody. Take
Bye-bye.
care. Bye.
So which one of you wants to go first?
You know what? Ladies go first.
The gentleman just showed up shivering.
I know. I'll probably have to wait 2 hours though. I may have to wait 2 hours. Hair can go on and on to the break of dawn.
Yeah, but 2 hours is enough time to get some work done, though, ain't it? I know. All right, Karen Clark, we're going to let you get on and show us what you're working on today.
I am working on faces today. So how you doing? All's well?
I am doing well. I'm just trying to balance all of this tech stuff, and we're just weathering the storm and trying to create at the same time.
Well, and I thank you for being the background for us. Yay! Glad it's you, not me. Okay. So anyway, tonight, well, this evening. Well, it's 4:00. I'm going to be working on some faces. So I already got 2 set up, and I'm making them, softening them. And then they're going to go on vessels. And so right now I'm working on some hair. So you guys are going to see me do some hair. And so I'm going to bend myself out of the camera. So you are going to see my hands, and you're going to hear some music. But if you have questions, I'm sure that I'll get to them, or somebody will let me know. So this is one of the pieces that I'm going to be working on. So I'm going to keep the design, the crosshatch design on the sides, but the face will actually be right here in this section. All right. So I'm going to just sit that down for a few minutes and bend down so you can see me do hair. So right now, this is my working table. I'm just putting a little bit of water on there, just nice and damp. Not really soggy, and just rolling out some hair. So each individual piece of hair I actually roll out. I do have a machine that's called an extruder. It rolls out the clay strong enough for me, but long, but it doesn't roll it out thin enough for me. So I actually have to roll it out even more to make it small pieces of hair. And so I have a pile of hair right here. And this takes a lot of time to create the hair. Usually I'm on hair for probably about an hour or so, maybe a little longer. So usually I prep it up in advance, like a day before, so that I can go ahead and work, get through to what I really want to work on. So I usually just roll it up in a ball, roll it out into a hot dog, and then lay it on the table to roll it out to the thinness that I want. But you need to keep the table slightly damp so that it doesn't stick or crack, and it allows you to roll out as thin as you want. So this is how I do my braids as well. And thanks, LaShawn, for letting me go first. I appreciate it. I'm not sure if any messages come through the queue where people are asking questions, but I will answer any of the questions if somebody lets me know. But today was a good day. It was a nice old rainy day. Rained all last night. It's been overcast today. The nice part about overcast is just peaceful, but it also makes my pieces take a little bit longer to dry. So I threw some things earlier today, but they won't be ready for what I call trimming until probably tomorrow. So I'm going to put that on video. So I'm twisting the hair. And so like just like Senegalese two strand twist, and I'm just tightening up the twist. And so the bottom side of the piece is the loop for the hair, and then the top part is where the connection is. And to connect them, I actually use what they call slip, which you will be seeing in a few minutes. It is actually watered down, or what we call slicked down clay. And it looks like a chocolate pudding for us to do the connections for the pieces. And so the clay that I'm working with right now is called 710. So clay has their specific names. Some have names, some have numbers. I work with two different types of clay when I'm working with the faces, one from the north, one from the south, kind of symbolic to where my central area is of Richmond, Virginia. So I use a brown body and an ebony body. The brown body is actually coming from uh, North Carolina, and then the ebony body is actually coming from Pennsylvania. But clay comes in many colors. It all depends on the area or the region that you live in. That gives you certain colors. So it can be white, it can be beige, it can be caramel, it can be white, it can be porcelain, and it's many varieties. And whatever you add to the clay, such as things called mason stains, that can change the color to certain clays. Also, glazes change the pieces as well as far as the color. So you can add pigment to the clay, or you can actually just glaze on top of the clay. So this is where I'm sitting right now, is where I do creating the faces, but it's also my thinking chair. So to the left of me, I have all my books for research, stationery to write letters, because I still write letters. I also have my knitting. It's in a basket right over here somewhere, because I still knit. I owe my father a pair of slippers. But I do a lot of work in this area. A lot of work, even my lunch, even my coffee in my plastic container. Ooh. Did you just chime in?
You know I'm here laughing at your coffee. You're like
Yeah,
the mechanic with the raggedy car. You
that's
know,
right.
here this woman
Mhm.
makes some of the most ornate mugs on planet Earth, including the one that I have in front of me, and she is drinking her coffee from a plastic container.
That is right, a plastic container. And it's just out of pure laziness. If you saw, I have 25 cups that are seconds. They sit on, I wash them all, I bring them all into the house, rewash them, have a cup of coffee a day, and I just never bring them into the house. And I say, you know
I
what?
think that qualifies as more than a cup of coffee.
What does that qualify as?
That looks like a gallon.
Shut up.
If I tried to drink 1/3 of that thing, I would be buzzed for 24 hours straight.
Well, it is 4 cups of coffee, but this 4 cups I drank on all day long until probably about right now, about 5 o'clock. So 5 o'clock, see what I have left? This is what I have left. Hey. So, but I drank water in between. So
Well,
I've had
I mean,
water and smoothies.
I'm just smiling. I'm just smiling. That's all.
Yeah, hey.
Look,
Yes.
look what somebody just put on the screen. The mechanic with a raggedy car.
That's right. Me and my little raggedy car. I like love my plastic containers. Even my
Look
daddy
at
drinks out of them.
LaShawn Beal. LaShawn, what are you working on?
Yeah. You
You're
better take
muted,
us off
brother.
of mute.
You're muted. You've been working on those since yesterday, so you must have a stack of about
He
200 of
probably
those.
has a bunch of them. Hi, y'all. How y'all doing today?
Hey
Okay,
Lisa,
yeah.
how are you?
Hey, Louise. Yeah,
Hey.
I'm working
Hey.
on a lot of little
Hey.
sketches right now.
Well, I'm not
And
going to take away from Karen's time, but since you were sitting in the studio, I thought we would let folks see that you are on it. I see Louise is back into the fold again. She's been having a normal Sunday like most people should.
What
While
is she doing?
everything
Hanging.
while all the Facebook pages were blowing up, she was giving praise.
Hey, I got them all back going. And we're going to talk about that a little later. But I love what Karen is doing. So I'm glad I got in to see her.
So I'm going to back out and give her the full screen so people can see
Okay.
what she's doing there.
All right.
Louise is sitting in that 21-degree weather. No, thank you.
It is not 21 degrees, Karen.
What is it then? Oh, 12?
Girl, we over here, it's like 60 or 40 or something. It's warm.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that cold weather you got.
What are you in, sunny somewhere?
No, I'm in Richmond, but at least it's 45.
Oh my goodness. Okay.
Hey. So right now, y'all, I am actually cleaning up one of my pieces. So typically I prep these up the day before, as far as the faces, because you can't put them on while they're too soft because the clay is soft. So I'm coming in and I am just actually refining the work. Dealing with clay, refining is one of the most important things because everything, it doesn't necessarily have to be refined if you don't want it that way, but it should be refined unless it is on purpose, because everything that you see, everyone else sees, even down to your fingerprints. I do leave my fingerprints in a lot of my work so that people can actually see my thumbprint somewhere. So I'm just kind of smoothing things out. I'm gonna get a paintbrush. Now that I know where they are, I cleaned up my studio. Hoorah! Because I'm always losing stuff in here. My mother tells me, just sit down for a minute and then it will come to you. And that's usually what it does. So I get a little water, wet my paintbrush, and I get what they call slip. This looks like pudding, chocolate pudding. And I come in and just smooth things out. I don't want to use water because water will actually break it down. I mean, and it's okay to break some of that down. It's not a problem. But the clay, the slip already has water in it. So I just go in and smooth that out. And I prep all of this before I put it on the face. It just makes it a little bit easier. So to create these pieces, I actually have to build a foundation for them. So this one doesn't actually have a support because it's dry enough. But usually I use um, a piece of clay that I've already put in the fire to harden it to make it into an egg shape. to dome it. So that's what you're seeing. The paper actually does the suctioning or releasing for the clay. So I just pull it out. But it doesn't matter if the paper remains in there, it actually burns out later. And usually I'm not listening to what they call ambient music. I think that's how you pronounce it. I'm usually listening to something on uh, not necessarily television, but some type of documentary because I love documentaries or stories. So usually I'm listening to things like Jan Blake. She's a storyteller from Manchester, England. So she's always fun to listen to. Um, Listening to a lot of things on history that helps with my storytelling, dealing with the work that I'm doing, that I always enjoy. It also allows me to travel in my head or think about the next place I want to travel to. So I'll clean the face part up later. But for right now, what I am going to do is I am going to score the backside of this piece. So I'm scoring, and this actually does the attaching to the vessel and just around the edges because this area I'm going to cut away. All right, so now I just look at my piece dead on to see where it's going to sit. I also have to figure out where the lid is going to be, so I have to keep that in mind. So now that it's suctioned on, now I can actually hold it. Okay, let me put a towel here. Hold it, and so that it can adhere to the clay or the vessel. And so you don't have to be so gentle, but you still have to be a bit gentle with the piece. And so now it's suctioned on. I come back and I get another tool to remove the clay that doesn't need to be on there. And I just kind of drag it off. So in this area, this will actually be adorned with jewelry or some type of decoration around her. So when this is being put together, usually it takes me a couple of hours. I usually do about 2 or 3 in a day. And so all the clay that I'm taking off of this piece, this is actually not trash. This is just clay that we call recycled. And so I will recycle this clay. Okay. So now the base has now been, the attachment is now connected. From me pulling onto the clay and compressing with the tool as I'm pulling that clay off. I'm pulling it back. All right. So now I just sit her here in this area, kind of smooth this area out because this is where the hair is going to be going. So I need to have some type of form of a dome of a skull to build up one. So what I do is gather all of this clay and pack it in the ball because usually this winds up being some type of jewelry of some sort. I'm just going to set her up a little higher because I don't have my turntable here. It's actually somewhere packed away.
So, Karen, I'm not sure if you can see your screen, but you got a couple of questions coming in.
Oh no, I can see it. Watching this makes me appreciate. I can't see it. Can you tell me what it says? It just blinked right out. There.
One question is, do you know up front if the face is male or female, or do you make them genderless until they emerge?
I make them genderless until they emerge.
Very good
And
question.
yeah, that was a very good question. Sometimes they come to me right away, and then other times they unfold themselves.
Joey Barnes goes, this is gorgeous, but I don't understand how the design on the vessel doesn't get damaged while attaching and refining the face.
Because the piece is what they call greenware, it's at its firm state. It doesn't do anything unless I actually add water to it. So I try to avoid the area. Just work on the areas that are still wet where the connections are. So this part right here takes a little bit of time. So I'll give it a break and then come back to it a little later to finish refining the face. So right now I am going to put the lid back on so I don't go past that lid, or I still can go past it, but just not where it affects what it's supposed to do. It's being So I'm just scooping out some of the clay or a slip, and so that I can actually start connecting the hair. So I usually just grab a group of pieces of hair, and I start from the back and work my way to the front. And so I kind of pinch it together, drag it through the slip, and then begin to do the attachments. So it gives me a minute. So I look at it just to see where I want it to go. She's got a bit of a mullet going on right now.
So Karen, why is that? Making me hungry?
Because it looks like chocolate.
I'm surprised you don't just have carpal tunnels from all of that detail work. Do you have problems with your joints?
No, I actually don't. I don't, but I also take vitamins. My mother is big into the herbs, and so she makes sure that we are taking our vitamins and things like this for our joints. So it actually, I'm not too bad. Well, I'm 50, so I'm getting a little stiff, but not too bad. All right. So I think that I feel completed on this side. I usually work on one side and then work on the other, and then I come back to the middle again to see what I'm going to do as far as what's going to happen with the rest of the face or what's going to be around the face. So that's her right now. But they always get earrings. Either they're going to get real copper or brass, or sometimes they get reflective mirrors inside of it, or I'll do kyrie shells. And then there's something that will go around the neck. So she'll always have some type of neck jewelry for these pieces. I enjoy that. It's like one of my favorite things to do is give them earrings.
Karen, I have a question for you. Hold on. There we go. Sorry about that. Okay. Hey, Karen, I have a question for you.
Yes.
Now, I know with firing, so when you fire those, will you and then you're putting all the hair and everything on. So those are thin enough with that so it won't cause any air bubbles when you attach the head?
No air bubble is a real major problem if you allow your pieces to dry properly. So what I do is either I will let it dry naturally for weeks, or I will actually put it in the kiln and let it dry in the kiln at 200 degrees for 24 hours, 24 to 48 hours. So if it is the air bubbles do not affect. I've never had anything explode.
Oh wow. Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
So you put it in the you'll put it in the kiln at 200. It's almost like putting it in the oven.
Yes. Put it in the oven. Yeah, I warm my pizza up in the kiln and everything. It's on right now. It's on right now because it's cold. And I do not like being cold.
Oh, all right. Poncho and I are always fighting with fighting with the keys. Okay, Kieran, that was one of the questions I wanted to ask you.
Okay. All right. Well, I look forward to the next one. All right. So I'm gonna just let this sit up and just hang out because I actually have some more hair that I need to roll out. So I'm just gonna let this sit for a little bit. and I'll look at her for a while to see what else I need to do with her. But while that's going on, either I usually have another piece coming through to work on. And so this piece is all white, which is what we call little loafers. It's like the nice version of what porcelain is like. So it is, I've started carving on it already.
Yeah, we have one question from Herb Ruffin. He wants to know, do you do any lion sculptures?
No, I don't do any lion sculptures at all. I usually do people or stylized people, but no lions. But doesn't hurt to work on one.
Well, Karen, what we're going to do is that I think I'm going to step away for a second and let LaShawn Beal come in. If you want to
Okay.
stay in the queue, you can, and we'll add you back in.
Okay.
So you can get some headway on your piece. And then we got Lorraine that's coming in the studio too. So I'll bring them in now so we can speak.
Okay.
This is our connectivity. Hello, everybody. How's everybody holding up?
Oh, good.
Hey, Lorraine, how are you
Good.
doing today?
Hi, LaShawn.
I know y'all.
Hey, Lorraine, how you doing, sweetie?
I'm good.
Good.
No, Karen Clark ain't playing. She's building whole sculptures over
I
there.
know, it's amazing.
Yeah.
Karen's a beast. She's a beast.
I told you that from the intro. I select my artists carefully.
Yes.
All right, so what we're going to do is that Karen, we're going to come back to Karen. We're going to let her stay in the queue for a minute.
I thought I was out the queue. I was just working.
No, we still got you in. We're going to leave you in. We're going to leave you in the studio. So just stay. Just do your thing, and we'll come back to you. Right now, LaShawn is the next person up. So LaShawn, go ahead. I'm going to give you the floor for a few.
Okay, sounds great. Listen, I hope all y'all are doing well today. I am working to continue from yesterday, which is I had a lot of sketches that I did on paper as well as chargers. So today I am going back and I'm actually adding silver leaf to the pieces. These are silver markers. These are going to be outlines for all the images. It's going to have a really interesting effect when it's all said and done. So again, I work my work like assembly line. So I'll start at one area. Like yesterday was all sketches. Today, I'm going in and doing this part of it. And either today or starting tomorrow, I'll start doing either the paintings or the oil pastel on these pieces. These are going out to other artists for the most part to do collaborations. So some are for artists that actually paint. Some are going to be for sculptors. Some are going to be for jewelers. So some of the pieces are being pretty much designed with them in mind. So with that said, let me angle this down some so you can see what I'm working on. And please, if y'all have any questions, this is the time to ask. You want to know something about anything that I do or stuff about our industry? You know.
Hey, LaShawn, you can lower your camera some more if you like.
Oh, I will.
Okay.
Angle it just a little bit.
There you go.
I'm going to move this up so we can see it, what I'm working on. So again, I was saying, if you got anything you guys want to know, feel free, send us a message. We'd love to hear from you. Love to answer your questions as well. I'm going to talk about a couple things. And the first thing I want to talk about when I'm sketching here, because just sketching is sketching. This is something I've been doing forever. And quite frankly, is probably considered the most mundane part of what I do. The exciting part is the painting. I love to paint. Even when I first started getting into art in elementary school, drawing was cool. And this is probably true for a lot of artists as well, many artists. The drawing part was cool, but to play with paint is like being in like ecstasy. It's so euphoric and liberating, so adventurous, everything, so it's like all those emotions go through you when you're actually playing around with paint, if you're a painter. So that's what I'm really looking forward to. So one of the things I talk to some of the young artists about is making connections, building up your circle, your community of people that support you, people you can go to and ask questions, to give you advice as far as, directions to go in. And one thing that some of the senior artists and ask them for advice. And you know what? If you don't ask, you'll never know. So you got to get beyond that, beyond yourself, and humble yourself to approach these people and say, hey, I'd like to know something about this or the other. So obviously, some people won't share, but on the flip side, a lot will. So I tell them the key to getting what you want to know from people is to know what you want before you even come in contact with them. So if there's something you want to know, a particular technique about using a paintbrush or something, or colors or something like that, if you already know that's something that you want to know, you can ask them that. You're not wasting their time. And you're not
LaShawn,
wasting your time.
somebody wants to know how heavy is the piece?
This is light. This is actually, it's a plastic, and it's been painted. It has a texture, a really gritty texture on it. So it'll pick up pastel or paint really, really good, give you a nice effect. So it's very lightweight. You can put this on a nice little metal easel, or get a wall hanger and hang it on the wall, or frame it. I've been doing plates and chargers for, it's been about 20 years. I love doing functional items. Anything from the vases to candle holders to whatever. I love working at different things. And again, this one is on paper. Let me show you that sketch of that charger so you can see what it looked like. It's gonna look totally different tomorrow. Now, again, I said I'm working with a pastel, oil marker. I am going over charcoal. So I have my brush here to dust off any loose charcoal so it doesn't clog up my marker. I find with working this particular technique, having several pieces going at once allows you to create a large body of work just in general. If you stick with it, it becomes very, it can become kind of like mundane at some stages again, because it seems like something that's repetitious. But at the end of the day, you'll have like a lot of things to offer the public as far as your bodies of works. Obviously, this doesn't work for everything, but if you're trying to like increase your inventory, build up a portfolio work, this is a great way to work. And it applies to everything. I mean, you can do this with whether you're doing drawings, watercolors, uh, anything, acrylics, oils. All right, getting back to the conversation about the young artist. Know what you want to know, questions you want to ask your artists that you're approaching and trying to get information from. You know, it just makes things go smoother. And remember, they can't dig in your head to know what you need. So that's why you really need to know or be able to ask prompt questions that stimulate them to give you some information about things that some things you may not even have on your mind. I also tell the young artists, you know, if you're approaching someone that's been working in their craft for 20 years or so, and you want information from them, which a lot of them don't mind sharing with you, but it is just a good idea to not come to them empty-handed. You know, whether you bring them an apple or something kind of gesture to let you know you appreciate them giving their time to and their expertise to help your career along. You might find you'll get more out of it that way. You get more mileage out of that relationship. Oh, I am down to that one completed. This is my last charger of the day. For those that have never worked with these markers, if you've worked with them for a few hours, or at least an hour or so, the tip is gonna dry out some. So what you need to do is have your piece of scrap board or paper nearby. You can press on the marker and get the ink flowing back to the tip of it. That way, you don't have to be going over any lines several times because the ink will be flowing easily. That's really important when you're doing something that's on some surface that's really textured, because it's hard enough just going over it once. You don't want to have to go over it 3 or 4 times. So another thing that I always tell some of the young artists I come across is practice, practice, practice. You know, no matter how good you think you are, you can always get better. So again, you can't be lazy. You gotta be in the studio creating, working on something. on a regular basis, you know, so you can tighten up your skills, particularly if you're doing figurative pieces of work. Some of good advice for young artists is when dealing with your circle, uh, it's important to stay in contact with people. Call them up on a regular basis just to say, hey, just checking in on you, seeing how you're doing. You know, what's particularly if they're artists, be able to tell you about upcoming show that you didn't know about, or something else that's coming up that you can get involved with that was not even on your radar. But by you just reaching out and calling them up, you know, you got that information. So, and also allows you the opportunity to share some things that you may know, uh, be of benefit to them. Because it's not a one-way street, you know. Uh, I don't care where you are in your field. There's always something someone else can teach you or share with you to enrich your life. So you got to be open for that. So some people like want to know, why is it that I draw and paint on a black surface? Well, I learned a long time ago that by working on a black surface, it does several things for you. It gives you a solid underpainting. Uh, Many techniques of painting, you have an underpainting where you may use a certain color like a blue or red or green, depending what kind of mood you're trying to create in that particular piece, whether it be cool or warm painting. Which is really ideal when you're working with oil paints. But with acrylics, even though you can do various techniques with it, the black just helps you out by giving you that good base color. Um, and no matter what you put on top of it, it's going to give your painting more depth. I have that black on there. And economics go, by having it painted black as opposed to using having a white canvas to paint on, you use less painting on a black surface than you do if you're painting on a white surface. So the young artists out there that, you know, you're watching your dollars, that's into use this particular technique. That's a sketch of this one right here. In the sketch, she was wearing an earring. I decided I don't want the earring there because I said that, you know, I'm going to have some sculptors, people working in clay, and people that are jewelers. I'll probably send this to one of them where they could put on their jewelry pieces. for the earring. So the next thing as far as this goes is now it's time for me to get in and start applying the colors for all this. It's going to be a minute because I have to actually set up for doing that, working in paint and pastels. So Pancho, if you have someone else that y'all want to bring in and take up some time, I'll be more than happy to come back a little later.
Hey, LaShawn.
Louise. Hey.
So you're about to do some other things. I think Lorraine is up and ready to go.
About any pain aspect of them.
LaShawn, Pancho, you're on mute.
She's been sitting there patiently in the queue, so we're gonna give Lorraine her time.
All right, let's let Lorraine come on up, Lorraine. Looking forward to seeing what you got. Lorraine's muted.
Am I muted?
Yeah, you're okay now. Go ahead.
Okay. I really enjoyed listening to LaShawn. I mean, I learned something every time I hear his voice and he talks about what he's doing. So I enjoyed waiting and did not mind at all. So what I'm going to start with today is where I finished. I'm going to actually paint today. But yesterday I had the underdrawing for this painting. Hopefully you can see it, the martini glasses. And I finished it this morning. So I wanted you to see that, you know, it's really important to do an underpainting so that you know where the darks and highlights are. I also, so today I'm going to start with another painting, which hopefully you can see this, of golden apples. And what I did with this painting is I did a photo shoot in my kitchen. That's what I usually do. I set up a display in there, especially when it's still dark out and I can put highlights on and get really strong shadows. So this piece basically is from my photo shoot. And then what I've done is I've done an underpainting, and I used a brown paint because it doesn't really matter so much what color you use, but having a color on there really helps to see the darks and the lights. And this is a sample of my, I don't know if you can see it, my palette. It's on a tray with a cover so that it keeps the paint from drying out. So for 3 or 4 days, I can paint with the same paint on that palette. The other thing is, I don't know if I showed you this yesterday. Hopefully you can see this painting, the large painting here. I started that today too. This is going to be the lipstick painting, and this is like the second layer of color. With oil paints, we like to start dark and move into lighter colors. So these are some of my darks with a few highlights in here. But over the next few days, I'll be working on that and finishing it up. So having this iPhone was really nice because normally I paint from my phone, which is really small, but having the iPhone here is really great because I can see what I'm doing better. And what the kind of painting that I do is basically a loose version of oil painting. So it's abstract painting, but painting loose so that you're not painting all the details necessarily. You're painting colors. So what I'm doing is I'm just building the colors on here now. And this is, this takes a while, but it's just building up the colors, building up the shape in the form of this apple. I don't know if I said this, but this is oil paint that I'm painting with. I prefer oil. I could use acrylic, I guess, but I don't know. There's just something about oil that, and it did take me a long time to figure out how to use it. But now that I feel like I'm proficient with it somewhat. I don't know, this apple, I think I'm doing something. One of the things about this kind of painting, it's basically just using, like I said, that big brush, but it's also creating, I think I call it painting from the spirit. And um, it's just what just comes to you. It's not that it's necessarily planned what you're going to do. The paint just seems to go there. That's all I can say. But the thing that I like about painting like this is it's fast. You can finish a painting in less than an hour, on a small size. This size is 8 by 8.
Lorraine, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
LaShawn wanted to know what size canvas you were working on.
It's an 8 by 8.
Okay.
Yeah, it's small. That's what I was just saying, that, when you're working with this small size, if you like it, if I'm happy with it, then I'll just go to a larger size. So I'm like LaShawn. I believe in painting things over and over again. The more times you paint it, the better you get, but it also gives you a whole new creation every time.
So it's like doing a study.
Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
And it's hard for me to talk while I'm painting, because painting it's like a meditation. And, and all painters know this. So it's hard to talk about what you're doing when you're meditating. That's what I'll say. And I'm really just
Well, today we've been really plagued with technical difficulties. It might be something with the weather, y'all. Might be a little teeny bit. So I'm just going to check in with all the people that are in the studio, see how everybody is doing. How you holding up, Karen?
I want to say my hair is ready for the other part. Is LaShawn ready?
LaShawn has emptied his seat, so you want it full screen? I'll give it to you.
Give it to me.
You got it.
I'm giving him a break for right now.
Yeah, he's
So
coming back in.
yeah. And so I'm doing the other part of the hair right now, guys. So I just finished having an apple and an orange to get me through the last little bit from get my last little bit of energy so that I can finish this up. And then I'll put other ornamentation on the backhand side. So I do like working with mixed medium. So I do work with brass and copper. I make my own beads to connect to the pieces. I'm going to turn this back on this side because I can't see what I'm doing on this side. Um, so it is really, really fun to see what happens when you start using other mixed mediums. And I just finished getting some new things like spray paint. So now I can actually spray paint glazes onto my pieces in very bright colors. So I'm really, really excited about that. So this will be one of those pieces that I'm going to be testing out on that. So covering up her bald spot. I'm sure that a lot of people don't have a big forehead like that. So I got to fill that in. And so when I am looking at my pieces, I am also looking to make sure that they have some semblance of what we would look like, even if they are stylized pieces. So giving her a little bit of bang on the front part. And I still have to define her eyebrows. I gave her a neck piece. I'll pull it back on the backhand side of that. Excuse me. That's from being in the studio, plenty of dust.
There's an interesting sneeze.
Yes. I know.
Girl, you
Yes,
distracted me. What was that? Are
I
you all
was on
right? So I need to send I'm just making sure you're all right. You made me drop my brushes in the room.
I know she's a ishi.
So, well, that's okay. That nose cleaner is going to be being used tonight. Yes. So when you're in the studio and you're working with chemicals, you have to use a mask for the chemicals. And dealing with the clay, you just getting dust in your nose. You always have to clean it every night and every day. So my mother gave me a new thing called a lavage, where it actually plugs into your nose and cycles the water through. So it's actually pretty interesting. It kind of made my ears clog the very first time I tried it, but it actually works really, really well. It gives you a lot of freshness in your smell after you finish cleaning your nose. All right. All right. So I'm just moving some of them. They're still pliable. So I'm actually just moving them to look like they have some motion in there and not just placed on to the piece, if you see what I mean. So just moving the hair to make it look like it has movement, like the wind is blowing. And that's what I'm doing right now. And so I still need some more hair. So I have a little bit more hair to create something right here and then bringing it through. But for right now, what I am going to do is I'm just going to tilt that down just a little bit. She has a necklace on the very bottom of her neck. I'll lift her up and so you can see. And so underneath, I'm going to give her some ornament with her jewelry. I like to when I'm working with pieces, I like to add like little fun things that you may not notice. So one, it may get a honeybee somewhere, or a small flower in her hair somewhere. I like to have like little things that people don't pay attention to, but then all of a sudden they notice it one day, and it makes it really nice. So right now, while I still need to do some hair, I'm gonna do some more defining since I have some time, like for her mouth. So what I'm doing is rounding it off. And the tool is actually a dental tool. So I use a lot of dental tools. And so for me to give her some texture in her lip, what I do is I actually take with a scoring tool and then just lightly tap on that. Or I will also use a toothbrush also to give it some texture. So I just come in and do a little scraping. And then it also gives it some shadow as well. And then after I do that, I just come in and measure up like I'm giving her some lipstick. And then just kind of patting it down so that it's just not so seen. And then for her lips, I think that they need to be a little more puffier or poutier out of the top part of her lip. So what I do is just take a little piece of clay in that section, just a little bit of slit. And then you see the change in the lip. You see how one side is flat and the other side is this one is inward and this one is outward. So I'm just going to go in and define that as well. And it's just a little bit. And see how the difference change with the lips. So I'll work on that. And then what I do is these don't automatically go into the fire immediately. I actually take pictures of the work on all angles. And after I've taken a picture of all angles, then I I marinate over it for a couple of days, and so I can actually truly see the piece. Because sometimes when you're so close up on the piece that you miss details, so you do have to step away from it and come back. And that's really important because sometimes you get too close up in the work. Sometimes you don't see small things or details that you could do differently or refining the work a little bit more.
I
Yeah.
see we have Deborah in the queue. Hey, Deborah.
Hey, Deborah.
Let's bring Deborah. Deborah's in the queue. Hey.
How's it going today? How's everybody?
Wonderful, wonderful.
I'm still trying to decide what I'm going to do.
Deborah, you look like you all ready to go. Got yourself all set up and ready to go, huh?
Not really. I'm never ready to go.
Oh, I think you are. I think you are. So we're gonna We're gonna bring Karen. You hang on in there because we're digging what you're doing, girl. So we're
Hi,
gonna bring
Deborah.
Deborah in and let her. What'd you say?
I'm frozen.
You're
I'm
frozen? No, you're
moving.
not frozen. We see you're moving.
Well,
You're
I'm
moving.
looking at you, I'm frozen. How you doing, Miss
Hey,
Karen?
hey. Hi, Deborah. I miss you.
I love to
Aw.
see you work.
I know
Huh?
we've been
What?
enjoying Karen work. You see Poncho back there with his gloves on.
Yeah. Where do you get those gloves? I need some of those.
Back there
I need some
working.
of those gloves.
So we're gonna bring Deborah in and let her do her thing, and we'll be back with Karen, seeing some more of what she's doing. All right, Deborah, it's all you, girl.
Oh my God. Hello, everybody. So, like I decided what I was going to do at the last minute. I was going to do another painting demonstration, but I didn't want you to get too bored with me. But I did finish 2 pieces last night. This one. Let me see if my lights are on.
Woo, I like that.
Say a little prayer for humanity.
Nice.
Yeah. I might have to coin that as a t-shirt. And I finished this one. Yeah. And I'm working on these 2. So I did do a little work. Can you see them? Yeah. Ta-da! So I logged into the wrong queue, and it said you all had finished. I think I was in yesterday's queue. I don't know how I got that mixed up. And I'm like, oh my God, I missed my time. But I'm here. So I am going to demonstrate how I do my tissue paper work. But instead of putting the tissue paper on all of the paper, I'm going to use painted paper instead. Just look for an image in the colors and the shapes. I don't really see anything. So I'm just going to take one color or one shape to catapult me into creating something. So here's my tissue paper. I usually say tissue paper, but I probably should say gift wrapping paper. So, I have a whole bunch of colors. Now I'm going to either tear it, or if that doesn't work for what I'm doing, I have some scissors. You can get this very inexpensive, well, this says $8.99, it's probably not expensive, but this is what I use as an adhesive, but you can use any medium. You can even use acrylic paint, actually, for an adhesive. But I'm going to use this today, the tissue paper and scissors. So I'm going to start with black, and I'm going to use black for my skin tone. We say we're black people, but we're calling ourselves a color, and I'm a long way from this color. But that's another story. I'll go into that later. So what I'm going to do, I think I'm going to put a line of little girls in maybe tutus. So I'm going to take my black for their heads. I don't need all this. And I'm going to cut maybe 3 or 4 heads. You guys can't see. I'm going to cut maybe 3 or 4 heads. Can you see that? Out of one piece. And all I'm doing really is cutting out a circle for a head. And you guys can be free to talk to me in the chat because that would really help me. So I cut like foreheads with the necks. Can you see? So what I'm going to do is place my heads. Can you see what I'm doing? I have 4, so I'm going to use 4 in my piece. Nothing is exact. Nothing is perfect.
Hey, Deborah,
So,
you can lower your camera down just a little bit, Deborah, if you can.
thank you.
Now that right there is perfect.
Okay, thank you. How are you doing today?
I'm doing fantastic. I'm watching all of this stuff while I work.
Oh, how many pizzas have you been completing?
Only one.
Only one today, or only one today, or only one the whole pizza? Good.
You know, he's been working like a mule over there.
Wow. Well, I did some last night and a little bit today, but I haven't caught my stride.
It's only day 3, y'all. We are a long way from stride. We got some folks that's just getting started.
It's day 3.
Day
It's not day 6.
No, not yet.
Okay, so I am going to adhere the heads on, and I'm going to randomly place them. I want them to have some type of coordination in their placement, though. But they're not going to be even. I'm just going to put a little Mod Podge. Can you see on the paper? You don't have to use that much because if you get it too wet, it is not going to be cooperative. It's going to tear on you. And so that'll be something you have to fix up. So I remember this from yesterday. Uh-oh, I don't wanna. So you see, here's the heads. So now I am going to tear some tissue paper out for, I guess, the garments. So I'm gonna try to do this. I'm just gonna tear some pieces. I'm random about everything. I don't like to put a lot of thought in what color I'm gonna use. I think that just comes naturally to me. So let's start with the first one. So that's a little bit too much Mod Podge, so I'll spread it out, and all I'm doing is laying down color on top of color, and I try to get the creases out. So I'm just laying color down with the paper right now, and I will form the shapes later. I just like the shapes and the colors to tell me which way to go when I work. It's not a predetermined process. So I wanted to have one done before I actually got on the line, but you know, I changed my mind so much. But don't they say that's a woman's prerogative? Am I talking to myself? Hello. So anyway, you see, can you see that? I'm gonna go ahead and do the same thing to the second woman. So I find the piece pops when I don't use the same color, but it's coming on nicely using that painted background. Like I said before, the painted background is acrylic. It's acrylic paint. And I'm putting, which haven't done this like this before. I'm putting the tissue paper right on top of the acrylic. So, and I will be releasing it won't be a coloring book. I guess it'll be a tissue paper book where I'll have the image down and I'll supply you with the tissue paper and the Mod Podge. That's in the queue. So you won't have to go out and buy it. And you can just buy a coloring page and create your own masterpiece. So, but maybe I'll get that done by next December. But it's in the queue. I find that's safer to say than to actually give you a date. Because you make plans and then there's life. Okay, so that yellow I use is kind of blending into the background. So what I am going to do is attempt. Sometimes I'm good at this and sometimes I'm not. To give the first two some legs, and I really don't try to be perfect. You don't have to have too much imagination to cut out a leg. I think, well, I'm just trying not to make it look difficult, but so this one is going to look like she has a neck dress on because yeah, I'm going to cut these legs down the middle. It's not going to be a straight line, but that's the beauty of when I create. I just go with the flow. So I'm gonna put this Mod Podge down and see what kind of legs she's gonna have. So I can get to the end of the paper and I have more tissue paper than paper, so I'm just going to tear that off. And I'm going to give her some more dress. Sticking to my hand. This is like having the same movement as working with paint, only it's in paper. When I saw this process, I was immediately attracted to it. It was like, okay, I got something else to play with. Okay, one more. Let me find another color. One more layer of that. because of the purposes of doing this live, I am going to do the finish of it later on, but let me pick it up so you can see the one lady. All she needs now is some arms, and she is ready to go. So I need some I'm not going to try to use the legs for the arms because the legs are usually cut out to be not as thick. Not thick. So what I'm going to do, see, I have this little piece. I was going to cut it in half, but it might be too thin. So you see, it's kind of long. I'm going to need some more shoulder, but I'm going to put this arm on. And where's the other arm? Ooh. Ooh, that's kind of fat. Let's see. Okay, and if one arm is always fatter than the other, you know, you can even it out with putting some more garment on her. So there are no mistakes in art. If you think you have a mistake, it's just catapulting you to the next place that you need to go. So never throw anything away that you don't like, because everybody's likes aren't the same. Somebody's gonna like, that's what I found out in my career, somebody's gonna like something that you do. One person might not like, but the other one will. So when I figured that out, it's like, don't throw away anything. So I'm not too concerned with everything on her body being perfect. Her hands aren't going to be the same. Her left and her right hand isn't going to be the same. Her anything. Her two legs aren't the same, but it seems to work for some reason. So I just go with it. Oops, I was trying to go back home with me. So, okay. I'm trying to lay it down, but it's sticking to my finger. Okay, so I had to use the back of my fingernails. So she needs a little bit more garment for her shoulder area to make her arm look like it's not detached. So I'm just randomly going to put it on here and see what I get. It's not like I'm trying to figure what's going to make it look. What's going to make it look perfect. So we weren't born perfect. I think the more you try to be perfect, the more problems you have. So I'm going to put one more piece on her, and I am going to be finished with this woman. I'll give her a tad color of yellow. So the thing is, when you approach art, I think everybody should have some type of art that they do for the simple purpose of just being able to relax, because it really relaxes me. I think I get a little bit too relaxed. So, because I put the paperwork down and I'll go and create something. But I'm getting better. That made me laugh. I'm getting better. Well, I've been doing this for 30-something years. I should be getting better. Okay. I'm never going to be satisfied, so I'm just going to stop right now. And I am going to show you. Okay. I'm going to show you that first one that I completed. And so I'm going to be working on this until I get all 4 people dressed and ready to go.
That's looking fantastic. I just need to go and dig into my tissue paper because I know I got a bunch of it around here somewhere. You got me inspired.
Oh, good. It's nothing like inspiring somebody.
That's looking really good. Is that the size paper you're shipping out to everybody for the collaborations?
A little bit smaller, but not that much. Maybe 1/4 of an inch on each side or something.
Okay.
Yeah. Plus, what I'm sending out is going to be on like mat board type of material.
Okay.
This here is straight
When are they coming out?
watercolor. If they don't get in the mail tomorrow, they'll definitely be out on Tuesday. So I know you're gonna hold me to that.
Absolutely.
I know you are. Look, I gotta hold myself to it.
Karen, take your microphone off so we can hear what you're doing over there.
Hey, I'm laughing at you. I'm laughing at Deborah talking about she better have it out on Tuesday.
Well, you know, it's great if we can get them out the first week. Gives people time to actually work on it.
Yeah, I'm gonna get them out because my part is done already.
Yeah, I got some backgrounds that I'm going to send to everybody. And me and Karen trying to work some things out. I got a couple of her older pieces here that she probably don't want to, she want to disassociate herself from anyway.
Why you want to disassociate yourself?
You know how we are as artists. She did these things, man, 6 years ago and dropped them off.
That's what you should bring out.
And I never did anything on them because they were textured. I was intimidated by them. So I said, well, I'm going to get in there and do some abstracts on them.
Yeah.
Well, so I'm going to do a road trip.
I might have to throw one in the mail for you.
Is it clay?
Yeah, it's already fired. It's best fired.
You're ready.
Oh, I love that.
It'd be perfect for you to
Am I gonna get it?
Yeah, you know, look, I know how to ship. It's just a matter of whether the shipping company is going to get it to you.
Yeah, I know, that's it.
Well, I think I'm finished with this one. I just have to wait for it to go in for firing so that I can put the other mediums on there. So I'm going to
let us see what you got there.
Turn it down a little bit, twirl it around.
Yeah, twirl it around so we can see the other side of it. Looks good.
So the rest of it will have some texture.
Very, very cool.
Thank you.
Very, very cool.
Okay, so now let me pick her up and give her a kiss on the cheek.
I know that's one. Yeah, that's one of her rituals is the kiss on the lips.
Mm-hmm. Love to kiss my pieces. I'm like,
Those are your babies.
They are my babies. And then after that, I go, let me wipe the mud off.
Well, you ladies go ahead and finish talking. I'm going to come out and eat me some dinner.
Okay, well, I am too, but not right this second. Before you is amazing. Mine
What's
is a spinach. I'm having a spinach salad with some salmon. That's what
oh
I'm
God.
having for dinner.
Send me one
Hmm
through the computer.
I'm telling you, I can't wait to have that. And with lemon tahini dressing from the health food
Oh
store. So
God.
I'm excited.
Oh my
It's gonna be
goodness.
so good. Yeah. But
I haven't even eaten
I
that.
yeah, I the tissue paper, I've never seen you work before, but this is amazing. And I am inspired as well of how I can implement tissue paper onto clay because it can be done. It's just
Yeah.
where would I'm thinking like where will I place it? So I'm excited about that. And Kathleen, the other sculptor who does polymer,
Yeah.
I think I want to
Mm-hmm.
make hair out of polymer clay.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I think
I
that'd be
use
fun.
polymer clay when I do my wire sculptures.
Really?
I've used regular clay and polymer
Yeah,
clay.
I think about you every time that I go into Home Depot when you told me that you just walk around the aisles looking
Yeah.
for inspiration. I start
Yeah.
walk. It's my favorite thing to do now.
Oh, okay. I love Home Depot.
Yeah, so I go into Lowe's because it's not that far from me. And when I'm doing
Yeah.
pickups for things, I wind up staying in there for about an hour. Yeah.
They probably think you work there.
Yeah. I get lost up all up in there.
Yeah.
Yep. So with some of my money for tools, I bought these tools. These they're called Sgraffito tools. I'm loving these
Mm-hmm.
things. Loving them.
Okay. I gotta see them in person.
Yeah. This is so cool. Yeah, but shipment I had ordered some other things, but the shipments dealing with USPS, they're so far
Mm-hmm.
behind.
Really?
Yeah. I've been waiting 3 weeks for a shipment. It's still saying in transit.
Wow. I haven't had any problems with my stuff, so I don't know what that's about.
Yeah, I don't know.
Okay, I know why one arm was better than the other because I cut it on a fold. So when I cut it on a
Oh.
fold, so let
Hmm.
me cut this down.
Do you get your tissue paper from anywhere or do you order it?
Wherever I see a pretty piece of tissue paper as I pass by, I
Hmm.
don't order it.
Okay.
You know, I
Have you
haven't gotten into the order online for everything because I just
uh-huh.
like to go and be a part of the experience of finding this stuff.
Hmm.
I'm just that way. I guess that's the old lady in me. Gotta go to the
Do
store and
you
get my stuff.
do you use newspaper too? Like
Yes,
regular news articles?
yes.
Okay.
I haven't used the tissue paper and the newspaper together. That I might have just forgot. But usually
Hmm.
it's just um, either the newspaper that I'm using or the tissue paper I'm using.
Okay.
But yeah, I like to use handmade paper. I like to use really any kind of paper in my work.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Deborah, did you get this question?
Yeah. Look, if it's
Uh,
gonna stick,
it says, "I
it's
love
fine.
that. What kind of paint did you use on the background?"
It's acrylic paint. Yeah. I either buy Liquitex or Golden, but yeah, it's acrylic paint. Like what I
Louise, what are
said
you
when I
working
first.
on?
Huh?
Oh, what I was
What
saying
are you
was, what
working?
were you working on?
What am I working on? I'm working on that painting from yesterday, and I'm working on a mirror that I have to get
Oh,
out. I have to get this mirror out. Hold on, I'll put it in. If
I
Pancho's
can't
around,
wait.
he can put that piece in. Hold on. Let me go and get it because I can't do it from here.
Okay.
Let me turn it on and enter in. Now I have to turn some things off.
So this is a nice idea of us all working and get to talk.
Yeah,
Who
I'm glad
genius
that we're
out here
doing this.
today?
I don't know, but I'm glad
Yeah.
that we are because I'm glad because I'm like I'm not talking to anybody yet.
Well, you know, I got a lot of friends, so y'all make me think about stuff.
Am I turned right, Poncho?
Yes. I think you are. I see the ceiling.
Okay, hold on. Let me get out of the ceiling.
Who me? Hey
No.
mom.
Okay, this is what I'm working on right here. Am I the right way?
Yes,
Mm-hmm.
you are.
Okay. Okay, so
Oh
this is
wow.
what I'm working on. This is actually going to a gallery. Should have been gone already.
Mm.
I worked on this a little bit today, and it has
Don't even listen.
it actually has Malcolm X's speech from Los Angeles, 1962, when
Oh
he talked
wow.
about.
Wow.
And so what I did with this, and what I really like, and this is actually what I was going to talk about today, because I started working on this morning because I have to get it in the mail. Um, so it talks about who taught you how to hate the color of your skin, who taught you how to hate the texture of your hair. So what I did was it was a black mirror and I made it brown, and I put lips in because he talks about who taught you how to hate your lips and your nose and all of that kind of stuff. And so I was trying to add those kind of aspects into it.
Mm-hmm.
And but the whole premise of this mirror, I had it in an exhibit called Screams of a Black Man. And
Mm-hmm.
the whole premise and the reason I have it written on the mirror is so that you can read it while you're looking at yourself.
That is cool.
And I've had so many people stand in front of this mirror and read it and just literally break down because of the things that they had ingested from other people
Mm.
and what they had learned about themselves that wasn't true, but it still resides within them today.
Yeah.
So
That is amazing.
yeah, so I'm trying to finish it. That was the we had talked about finishing things. So I had never finished it. I had never put things on it. So I just put in this really nice hair texture this morning here, and the lips and the eyes, and I started coloring it. And so I'm going to do the bottom because the bottom is still that dark color, and I wasn't sure if I wanted to leave it that dark color, so I have to do a little more definitions on the lips. So I was going to work on this a little bit today when my
Mm-hmm.
time came up.
Yeah.
So that's one of the things that I was going to work on a little bit today.
Cool.
Listen, girl,
Cool.
it's
I
finished.
you know what, I've been thinking about a project that I've been trying to finish, and it's been in my head for I don't know about a year or two, called Tales of the African Mermaid. So I
Hold up
just
for 1
finished
second. I
finding
think
fish leather. I
hold up
didn't
for one
realize.
second.
Mhm.
Well, I'm gonna let Deborah go ahead and finish showing her piece real
Oh yeah,
quick.
let's see that.
Okay, I have two of the girls,
Ooh,
so I will be
Nice.
wow,
working on.
that is
That is
nice.
really nice.
Really
Thank
nice.
you.
Mm-hmm.
I
Can I
don't
have
believe this
it?
is going. Huh?
Poncho's
What?
going to get
Can
you. Poncho's going to get you. He won't let us have anything.
I have it?
What? I didn't hear that.
Poncho
I
won't let
said,
us have anything, so forget it.
can
Have
I? I
anything?
said, ooh, can I have it?
Oh Lord, we'll sneak each other something.
We're going to have
Yes,
to, because Poncho won't let us have anything.
Oh,
I
that's
He
not
know.
doesn't
true.
have to know.
Poncho over here being pop.
That's not true. I said that y'all need to let the customers, because y'all forget, see, we already isolated. Y'all forgot they out there already. So the clients got to be able to have it first. But you know, see, let me explain to you folks out in the audience, so y'all won't think we tripping. Us
We
artists
don't.
are a dysfunctional family of cousins, and we love each other. And I can't tell you, I have an immense collection of about 500 small originals by artists. Most of those were traded. Most of them were gifts. It's just amazing that the generosity that artists have giving to one another. So, we laugh and joke about this stuff, but it's part of what comes with it. It's another side of it that you guys never really get a chance to hear about. So I don't have a Louise Cutler piece. By the end of this, I probably will. I have about
Hopefully.
20 Deborah Shedrick pieces, and I know I got 15 Karen Clark pieces, counting all of the mugs, the plates, the vases. She gave me, I have a torso. Woo! Now, I'm going to tell y'all a little story that she probably not going to tell y'all. Karen Clark came to my studio, and she sculpted her first face in my studio.
Wow.
She was doing dishes and she was doing platters and vessels. And I said, babe, I could show you how to do the sculptural thing. Just come to the studio. So she came with that big old bag of clay. And we made some of the most decrepit looking faces we ever made.
She's not decrepit anymore.
Hey, tell me about it. Well, we both have, that's something we have in common. Maybe one day we're going to do a little piece where we show our sculptural stuff. And she helped me do a 100-pound sculpture this summer.
Oh, wow.
And I'll probably show you that in the studio too. Well, Deborah, I know you're looking for your exit mark somewhere.
I think you should make her stay. Just make her stay. Well, she had to stay in the queue so we can see the finished piece anyway.
Her tech is acting right tonight too. We might have to get that
good over there.
We might have to get extra 15 minutes just because her tech is acting right.
There you go. She can stay in the queue and we can bring her back up to see that finished piece.
Right now, we are the queue. We are the artists in the queue. We have other artists that are going to be coming up. See, that's what happens. LaShawn, he said, "Look, I got work to do."
We got Sean that left out the queue.
Frankie Barrero's coming up soon. We got Michelle Vigent coming up soon. We got Ryan Murray and Sheldon Smith. And I'm going to do a late session of some pieces I worked on yesterday.
Yeah.
And so we're going to keep it moving.
Yeah, I'm going to come over. I'm just going to move my little light thing. Look.
I'm going to come out and let you ladies do a nice little ladies vibe until Frankie comes in.
Okay, that's cool.
So I'll work over here. I'll work over here on this.
Cool.
So let me see how far I can extend it because I have another camera hooked up over here too.
Y'all on that technology. Yeah, I'm gonna work on this. Yeah, I'm gonna work on a
hook up over here. Can you guys see it? Or I need to go up higher.
Yeah, I can see it. I can see it a little bit higher.
Hold on, let me move that.
I see the lip.
Hold on. Wait.
That's cool. So that'll get me to work on this last sphere. I've had these spheres for probably, I don't know, like 2 or 3 months. If you wrap everything up in plastic really well, you can keep it. And I should say 2 or 3 months, probably about a month and a half, more than likely. Yeah. That's with clay, if you wrap it up really well, it'll last forever.
I'm looking forward to working with the plate. Oh, Karen, wait, let me show you my plate. I got this. Hold on. I got this plate months ago. Because I was gonna do some clay. I'm gonna look here. Look.
I'm looking. Where is it?
Oh, you know what I use it? You know what I use it for right now? I use it to weigh down. I use it to weigh down my watercolor paper on the board.
You know what? Yeah, that's money in a bag right now. What you say?
I'm going to buy some more because I'm gonna work on some, but not that.
Yeah, I mean it's great because it has that that healthy mold healthy mold on there. So it's going to be nice.
I know. Shoot told me, he said, Louis, go and throw some water in that bag.
That's right. Throw some water in the bag. Seriously.
Yeah, so I'm probably going to do that, but I'm going to get some because I'm actually going to be working on some clay pieces here.
Oh, cool.
So
Well, I look forward to seeing it.
Mm-hmm. I'm going to work on some clay pieces.
Oh, I can't
and
wait.
watching you make me long for my wheel throwing days.
Hey, I know. I love having the best of all of the worlds, being able to sculpt, throw, hand build. I love all of it
I
because
know
you
you
can
made me jealous about that whole. I was like, she got the wheel over there, got her little studio going.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you got some indie coming from over here, indie vibe.
Yay! Yeah, I actually still have probably about 50 pounds of Poncho's clay that it's in water, but it's just not been recycled. I have not dried that clay out. So I'm hoping, I'm going to drop all his clay off in this Corona time so that I can make space in the Corona that we're in. I'm going to drop it off at his studio door and say, here you are.
It's working.
Yep.
Look at me. I'm getting clean up. I just pulled this out of the package and I already got clean up. There you go. Oh, let me go find my paint here.
Oh, I messed up.
Oh wow, that turned out really nice.
Really beautiful.
I love that, Deborah. I mean, Deborah.
Well, I'm not finished. I'm just setting up so I can see you all while I work.
Oh, that looks nice.
I know it's mine.
Look at Deborah. She getting another setup. All right. Look at it.
All right. That's right.
Moving on up to the east side. You coming up here with us, Deborah. Getting up off that table, putting the easel up. Look at it. Deborah finally got her piece of the pie. I said you done moved up and picked it up. Look at you.
Oh, I'm learning. It's day 3.
Deborah said it's day 3. She's moving around now. Good. That's good. I know. I got all this stuff to turn around and move stuff around too. Move things around. So, Deborah, you're working out of your home, and your studio is at your home too, right, Karen?
Yes. Yeah, it's in my backyard. Yep.
Oh,
Yeah.
that's nice.
Always, because I was a single parent, I always had to have my studio where I could get out of bed and walk to another room.
I know. I used to have my studio outside in the Museum of Art when I first moved out here, and I tell you, it is no joke having your studio outside. I mean, my kids were good about it. They just come up there and hang out with me.
Everybody's sound is good except for Louise's, so you might need to adjust your sound a little.
Oh, you know
what? Did you hear my
hold on.
Did you hear my light bulb?
Now, Poncho.
Much better.
Is it better? Okay, all right. That's because I hadn't switched to the microphone. That's all. All right.
And ladies, keep in mind while you're dialoguing that you one at a time, as much as you can.
Yes.
Oh.
Do I have any sound?
Yes, you do.
Hello?
Okay.
You see what Gordon did? Look at her. She done moved on up, Poncho.
Moving on.
Look at her. She got a reverse. Deborah Shedrick got a reverse camera angle working.
Hey.
I don't know what that means.
She growing up. Deborah growing up.
Overgrown.
What? She say she overgrown.
Overgrown.
Never even grew up. She didn't change it over. I'm loving the part you doing, Karen.
Thank you, thank you. I love doing pots. I can't wait to get to the vessels, the big ones. I'm trying to
That's what
work.
I'm waiting on.
I'm trying to work
I'm waiting on
slow
that.
right now. Yeah, I'm trying to
Yeah.
work slow. Because I hadn't thrown in 10 days, so just warming myself back up again
Mm-hmm.
Hey
and
Karen,
creating.
I got a question for you, Karen.
Yeah.
All right, I remember those masks that I had bisque fired, the solid ones.
Yeah.
Is it best for me to glue that to a background or to try to drill that? Will drilling it crack it?
No. Long as you have the right drill bit, and that's usually a diamond tip, you could do it. It wouldn't be a problem at all.
Okay, so a diamond tip drill bit.
Right, and you have to use water. I'll send you the link, and so that you can place an order for one.
Yeah, I need that.
It's
I
through.
want to try to. I'm gonna show you what I'm working on.
Okay.
I guess he wanted to get in with the ladies, huh?
Can we watch you drill a hole in?
He won't be able to do it tonight, but
He won't be able to do it tonight. He doesn't have the bit. Let's see.
yeah.
Ooh.
All right, so
Uh-huh.
this is a piece I did from the quarantine in 19.
Yeah.
And this is, if you look at the face has all these textures on it.
Oh wow.
So this is wood. This is
nice.
This is a cabinet door.
Mm-hmm.
And these are Dinker symbols that have been cut out. You know those little pieces of wood that you get with stretch frames?
Mm-hmm.
That's
Yeah.
in the background behind the what's the jiggums?
Mm-hmm.
I'm stealing Louise Cutler's words now. What's the jiggers and
What's the jiggers and what's the McCallets?
yeah, so let me show you what I'm going to work on.
Got to get the words right. He's always like, "What is a whatchamacallit?"
It's a whatchamacallit.
It's a whatchamacallit. I don't do the what's her face anymore. That was back in the day.
You outgrew it.
You know, when you forget people's name, it's like, what's her face?
What's her name?
All right, so I went to Hobby Lobby and I saw these cute little slices of wood.
Oh yeah, those are nice at Hobby Lobby.
So I'm going to take one of my faces and attach to this and do the same texturing technique on it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And tie it in. Hopefully she won't look like a deer that's been cut up and put on the wall.
Oh, please don't.
You know, you get these little you get these ideas that seem cool at the moment.
It's like it was cool at the moment when I saw it.
Yeah, then you look at it and go, she looks just like a deer. All right.
No, I can see it though.
Huh? I got so much light. When I got so much light, it's bouncing off of her face.
But you know what? I can see you have that, because even if you have the background and she's on that base, I mean, like her jewelry is just blinged out.
Well, I wanted to do some decorative stuff on here, but I want to do the texturing thing. So what I want to do is I want to drill the flat back part of it, attach it to this, and then texture the whole thing.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a company. I'll send you the link and so that you can get it.
Cool.
Mm-hmm.
All right, I'll let you guys have Women's History Month again.
Hey.
Women's History Month. Oh.
That's every month. What are you talking about?
Right, okay. It's just like Mother's Day is every day.
Mm-hmm.
Now, Karen, do you have children?
No, I do not. Do you have a dog?
Me?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I have a dog, but I'm not a dog person.
Oh, really? Your family?
That's me, and I have a dog.
Yeah. Okay, I got you. So have you guys traveled outside of, have you guys traveled over to the continent yet?
To the where?
Have you traveled over to the continent? To
I've been to
Africa?
Senegal.
Okay.
We did what is it, Niger. We were in
Okay.
Niger a few years ago.
Okay.
So,
Mm-hmm.
and that was fun. It was fun. We were there for a few weeks, and my husband was doing some. We were in on a hospital compound, so that was a lot of fun because I got to go out with the medical team and do a lot of
Oh
stuff.
wow.
Yeah.
Wow. That's
So
very cool. Very
yeah,
cool.
so that was a lot of fun to do
Yeah. All
because
right.
we try to immerse ourselves as much as possible whenever we travel.
I got you. I got you. Yeah, and what was going to say? I mean, since we've been in quarantine, not doing shows, I miss them. I miss
Yeah.
doing shows, but then I don't miss them because because me having to pack all of this work up is heavy
Oh
work.
yeah.
Yeah, so I'm
I
kind of
think
like,
that's
That's
I
me.
think that's everybody. It's like, you know what? I don't really miss it.
I miss it because I miss seeing people and clients.
Right.
But then again, I'm like, phew, I don't have to pack up a car or
I'm not
and
going
drive
back
anywhere.
there. I'm
You
What
not.
do you
you're not
say?
going
I'm
back
not
to
doing.
that? You
Huh?
done? You
I'm
said
not
you
doing
done?
it anymore. I'm
Well,
tired.
this is, doing this has been actually a lot of fun.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm really hoping this will like just take off and you don't have to go out anymore.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Okay.
I
Well, the
second
board
that.
just finished saying no. She said, I'm done. That is
No,
cool.
I'm not going to another festival to work anymore.
I
Mm,
know. That's cool. That is cool.
yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
Oh,
that's why
you know
you
what?
should. Okay, so that means that you should do the Beauty of Blackness Fine Art Show because you don't have to leave your studio, and now you're getting all the practice.
Oh Lord, have mercy.
You don't have to. You leave your studio. It's just the Beauty of Blackness Fine Art Show is in September, and it's just like this,
Oh
and you
wow.
can just do it right from your home, right from your
Wow.
studio,
Wow.
right from your.
Okay.
Poncho is like Poncho is my right hand
Oh, good.
in
That's
that one.
good.
Oh, I don't
Okay.
think I could have done it without him. It was funny because it was my first. I had always wanted to do a fine art show,
Uh-huh.
and so I went ahead on and bit the bullet, and I said, okay. 2019 was leaving out, and I said, this is my year to do my fine art show. And then Corona hit.
Wow.
Corona hit, and my venue started closing, and all of that kind of stuff started happening. And I had just met Poncho through LaShawn, and he and I started talking, and he was like, you have to get an artist, you have to get your main artist, and he just helped me work through a lot of stuff. And then I was already doing StreamYard, so I was able to convert fairly easily because I had started doing StreamYard in May. uh,
Okay.
because another art group I was in, the guy that ran that group had introduced it, and I thought, let me try this out. So
Mhm.
it was still going to be a physical show, and I was just going to live stream all the artists in. And then by July, I got the call from my venue, and they said, nope, we're closing up the venue. And that's how it became a full live stream show.
Wow.
Yeah. So I was like, okay, my magazine, the magazine I was going to publicize in decided they weren't going to run any more articles because of the COVID in Fort Collins. I was like, oh my. So this year, I'm really looking forward to it. I'm collaborating with the Museum of Art this year, and it's actually going to be, we're going to showcase some artists at the Museum of Art during the month of May through August. And then the art show is in September, the first week of Labor Day weekend in September.
Okay.
So yeah, see, if you don't want to go out, you can just do that.
Well, thank you. I appreciate it. I appreciate your invitation. I really do.
There you go, because you don't have to leave your house.
Okay. Thank you.
Oh, it's Deborah. That looks beautiful.
I know, doesn't it? I
think it's going to be hard for all of us to lead a house.
What'd you say?
I think it's going to be hard for all of us to lead a house if we continue making a living.
Hey, Poncho, they gonna start paying us to come out.
There you go.
Hey, that sounds real good.
From your mouth to God's ears.
There you go.
Amen.
There you go. You know, I believe in speaking things into existence.
Put it in the universe.
There you go. There you go.
Deborah, that piece is shaping up nicely for those people that are viewing. We got about maybe 30 viewers out there, might be slightly more.
Mm-hmm.
What size is that?
Oh gosh.
Uh-oh. No real estate.
11 by 14 or a little bit, maybe an inch or two larger.
Poncho, you be working, Deborah.
Nah, I think I've been the funny thing is I've been working with Deborah longer than all of you. So she understands me a little better than you guys do.
Oh, I'm sure.
And Karen Clark, we went 2 trips to Africa. So we can finish each other's sentences. And you and I, it's hard to believe we've only been working together for less than a year.
I know.
So, Louise, how long will it take you to finish that piece?
This one right here, a minute.
Okay.
Because what I'm going to do after I finish putting in all of these colors, I'm going to gild it. I'm going to do a metal leaf on the whole thing.
That takes a long time.
And then I'm going to go in and finish the painting portion of it.
Okay.
So and normally
could it take weeks or months?
This one, I'm hoping it'll take like a week, but it could take months because, like I said, most of the time when I'm doing these kind of pieces, they take on their own thought process. So I could be like, oh, I'm just gonna do it like this piece over here. Let me show you this piece over here. I'm just gonna bring him over because this piece has been a butt. And when I started this piece, I'm just gonna bring it right here and put it up for a second. I'm gonna move her. When I started this guy right here, I had originally, I was like, okay, because I do some realistic work. And so I'm like, ooh, I'm gonna take this piece, I'm gonna do this real nice realism face and all of that kind of stuff. And I was all for it. I got my little reference pieces. And every time I looked at it, it looked like this in my mind. And I was like, no. This is my realistic piece because I haven't done faces in a long time. I haven't done realistic piece. So I'm going to do a realistic piece. And then every morning I get up and I go sit in my little chair and look over at this piece. And this is the face that I kept getting.
Oh, wow.
And I said, okay, Lord, that's not quite what I wanted to do with it, but I had to go with the piece. And this was the face that kept coming up. So, because this particular piece is dealing with, it's called perfection. And what it's dealing with is the father relationship, that the broken family. So how we look for that perfection. And so it's called perfection. So he's reaching down for his son. But we know, and then like back here is like a broken glass. So it's showing the brokenness of the family and the confusion. And so his garment is going to be filled with confusion, colors all over, things like that, because it's dealing with brokenness and it's dealing with how the family really is. But it's called perfection. It's called perfect. And so, because that's what we're looking for. We're looking for this perfect family when it's really a broken family. So, yeah. So I haven't done pieces like this in a long time. Mostly, I call them my really pretty pieces, flowers, animals. So I have a large set of pretty pieces that I love. And then every so often, God will lead me in a path of where it's more social, like the show that's going up in January, February in Kansas. It's called We Are Still Watching, and that's a very social piece. There are about 30 something pieces and 6 doors and a couple of installation pieces, and that's where the mirror is going.
Oh
If
wow.
I can get it done. Yeah, I got that shipped off on Monday. I had to drop it off at the shippers because they decided that they wanted the doors. And I was like, the doors. So I had to make a whole box for the doors.
Wow.
But we got it all packed up.
That's good. That's good.
Yeah. So
That
but
is really good.
so yeah, I try to do, for me, it's like I work on certain pieces and then all of a sudden I'll get these social pieces and then I have to do them because that's what has to. And
Yeah.
you guys understand it. It's like when you create artwork, it's not necessarily all up to you. The art piece speaks for itself.
Yes, it does. It does.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like we can paint all we want to
Um,
tell us no.
Yeah. Yeah.
So you might want to go in another direction. I mean, we just watched Deborah, her pieces do whatever they want to do.
Yeah. Yeah. I just play follow the leader.
And that's
Same.
it. And Karen does too, because you already said you don't know if you're going to make a male or a female half the time.
Yeah, no, not necessarily. I don't always know what's going to happen when I'm working on the piece.
Right.
No, and that's why I take pictures of the pieces and look at them the following day. Just and so that I can see or even that night before I go to bed, and so that I can see what's there, what's lacking, or what needs to be added. And what additional things I'm going to embellish, because I like the work to have meaning, of course, but when I'm working with these vessels, I call them, memory jars.
Oh, okay.
And these are those, pretty pieces of artwork, because I like to have being that I am a potter as well, but having function with flair.
Right.
And so with that being said, with these jars, I mean, it could be a glorified cookie jar if you really wanted it to be, but these are also things that are for the family. So you put things that you remember, write them down on pieces of paper, your thoughts, your feelings, your growth, your wishes, your plans, and put them in the jar. Look at them a year later to see what you've accomplished. And also, when I do these, they're also ceremonial pots that I do. And so some of the other things do have meanings in there, as far as brass or copper or a reflective mirror. It could be many things. So it's just, huh?
I said that I like the fact that your pots are functional and functional and non-functional. It's art.
Yes. Yeah, I do. I enjoy that.
Yeah, so you can actually put it somewhere, and it doesn't necessarily have to be a functioning pot.
No, it does not. No.
Because I buy a lot of. I'm a teapotter though.
I have tons of teapots right now.
When I'm out, I buy a lot of teapots, and my husband's like, "Are you going to use that? Are you going to use it?" I'm like, "Of course I'm going to use it. Maybe."
Yeah. Have you seen some of my teapots yet?
No, you'll have to show them to me. Well, you had that. I think you had one. And then I said, "Ooh, I love teapot."
Yeah.
So I'll have to see your teapot.
Yeah, I have some that I'm using sweetgrass from South Carolina, because my family is originally from South Carolina. So it's kind of paying homage to our family down there. And and that will actually be the handle to the teapot. Yeah. So
So I'll
Yeah,
have
so
to
it's
see
gonna
some.
be
You'll
some
have to
kind
show
of
me some of your teapots because I
yeah,
do.
we'll
I
do.
mean, after a while, my husband's like, "Hey," I said, "Hey, I use all of them.
Yeah.
I use all of them. Not all at the same time, but I use them."
Mm. All right. Well, ladies, I am gonna shut it down. Pancho, I am out. It is dinner time.
It's dinner. I see. I just ate me a salad. What you say? You headed out the door.
Yeah,
Hold
I'm
on.
having some.
Let me come over this way.
I gotta go find some dinner.
Look at Barbara. She trying. Deborah trying to leave me too.
I said, what,
Who else
Say
came
that
up?
again.
Who else is supposed to be up? That's what I want to know. I want to know. So let's see that pot before you go. Hold on. Let's see that pot.
Oh, the one that I'm working on right now.
Somebody said we cannot see Karen's work in the frame. Hold on.
Oh, okay. Here, I'll show you the ones in the frame right now.
Okay.
All right. I'll put them side by side so that they can see the two together. And so that's what they look like right now. So I still got to do some final cleanups for them, but this is what they look like, y'all.
Okay.
That's nice.
Okay, well,
Yeah.
will be for sale. Pancho, are we doing Fridays or what are we doing with, for the selling part? Somebody wanted to know.
Yes, we're going to be doing after we get. We're going to set 3 sales dates because we want artists to get a little bit of momentum on their work first. So we will start our first sale, and the sales will probably run for 1 hour on Fridays. And so we'll keep you guys up to date on when that'll happen. But if you see works that are being created and you want them, chime in because everything is for sale. And I can tell you that with all the quarantines we've done, even if we've created a couple of hundred pieces, none of those pieces are available. It's a great place for people to invest in small originals and entry level work.
All right.
Well, I love hearing you ladies all talk and chit chat. I appreciate that. I'm going to look at what Deborah Shedrick. She's at a good place.
I know. That is really nice.
That is beautiful.
Thank you.
All right. I'll see y'all later.
Take it easy now, Karen.
All right, Karen. All right, Deborah. All right.
Well, Miss Cutler, the floor is now yours.
What?
Yeah.
I thought I did all mine.
No, I know. I saw you trying to be slick and do.
No. You stuck me in here.
I saw you doing the woman's bondage thing and thought y'all just talked. Now they done cut out.
They ran out on me.
Floor, so I'm gonna get out your way and come back in a little bit.
All right, let's go. Let's go over to my other piece then. I mean, I don't mind working on this piece. I'll come back to it a little later if I have to. If everybody then ran out and still haven't come in, who are we waiting for now?
Frankie Barrero hasn't been in yet. We got Michelle Vigent. She's not been in yet. Ryan Murray hasn't been in yet, and so is Sheldon Smith. And I plan to do a late presentation after Sheldon Smith.
Okay, cool. All right, well, we're gonna head over to this particular piece because this piece has to go in. Let me put some headphones on though. Where's my headphone? I'm gonna put some headphones on. I'm gonna put these on so you can hear me a little better over there. So I'm not reaching so much. And let me know if you can hear me. Give me a second.
Pancho, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, but you sound like you're on a telephone. I can hear you, but you sound like you're on a telephone.
Like I'm on a telephone? Hello?
Yeah. Don't forget that we're live, darling.
I haven't forgotten. I'm just having some fun. We can have fun. Papa, don't preach. Dun, 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 dun. Hold on, let me try. I think those are probably running out of juice anyway. Let's see it, because I don't want to use the iPad. I prefer to, okay, hold on. Let's do this one. See if this is better. Give me 1 second. Let me turn this one on. Because I want to talk from over there, but I don't want to use the iPad sound. So give me 1 second. Let's see if you can hear this a little better. Let's see. Internal. Where's this one? Right there. It's on. All right, so.
How about this one? Can you hear it?
Yeah, that sounds a lot better.
Okay, let's do that one. We'll just do a lapel mic. We'll mic it up. All right, so I'm going to go over here and I'll just use this lapel mic because I don't want to do the iPad. Okay, so there we go. So I'm going to work over here a little bit because I want to finish this up. And if you were here earlier, you heard me talk about this piece. This particular piece is a reflective piece, and it's actually going to a gallery show in Kansas, and I need to get it off into the mail tomorrow. So it'll be going to UPS and get packaged up tomorrow because it's going to be a part of the We're Still Watching exhibit in Kansas. And I can't remember the show, but I'll post it on the Louise Cutler Studio page. So if you're in Kansas, you'll be able to go and see this show. It'll be up from January through February, and then I'll be down in Kansas sometime in February to give a talk about that particular exhibit. And so it should be kind of cool. I think so, kind of cool. So I'm going to work a little bit more. As you can see, I did the hair texture because I really like that, and probably do a little more on the lips and down here. And then I'm going to work a little bit down here as well, down towards the bottom, because I really like this piece. And it's interesting because this piece kind of took a mind of its own. I had no idea what I was going to do with it. And so I'm grateful that it knew what it wanted to do itself. So I love it when pieces know what they want to do, because sometimes as the artist, I have no idea what this piece wants to do. And this piece already knew. So I'm going to do this here because I think I want to make this look more like a nostril. So I'm going to have some fun with this and make it look a little bit more like a nostril. Or there we go. Yep. And so I'm going to do the same thing over here. So hopefully you guys can see me doing that. And let me know what you're thinking. If you're out there, give me a holler. And I really like this piece. I don't know if you could see or read what it says. It says, who taught you to hate the color of your skin? Who taught you to hate the texture of your hair? Who taught you to hate the color of your the color of your skin to the extent that you bleach it to get it to look like the white man? Who taught you to hate the shape of your nose? And this is actually the speech that Malcolm X gave in Los Angeles in 1962. And the reason why I did it this way and put it on a mirror is so that when you're reading this, you're actually looking at your own reflection, because it's a piece of reflection. It's to reflect on who taught you those things, because we live with a lot of things that people have said about us, and those shaped our lives. And as you can see at the bottom, it says, who taught you to hate the race that you belong to so much so that you don't want to be around each other? And it's like, who taught you this? It's like to hate being what God made you. So who taught you to hate being what you were already created to be? Who taught you to hate that, the person that God has created you to be? And I just felt that was such a powerful piece that I had to do something with those words. And this is what came about, was to create this mirror. And this was actually in the exhibit Screams of a Black Man that I did some years ago here in Fort Collins. And several people came up to me and said, hey, you know what? I was never the favorite one in the family. My mom said such and such. And, so people were pointing out things that actually shaped and formed their lives, and it wasn't for the better. And that's basically what this is for us to reflect back and see what kind of things we're taking with us that's shaping our life that isn't a healthy thing that we've been taking with us and we've been living with, and it's really not. It really hasn't been healthy for us. And so that's basically what this particular mirror is all about, for us to reflect and to see some of the things that we've been carrying around, and then to be able to say, hey, don't want to carry that around anymore. Don't want to think that way anymore. So, so this gives you an opportunity to do that. And so that's one of the things I'm hoping that, by putting it in this exhibit as well, people will be able to reflect and gain some healing from it, gain some healing from reading this and seeing that that kind of thing is still residing on the inside of them, and that they can actually get healed from it.
It's a very powerful piece.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah.
So
how did you get the type? Is it type on the glass?
Actually, those are all vinyl. I have a company that I work with regularly that does all of my signage. And so when I did this, I was like, oh, I'm going to do it in vinyl because I can put it on the mirror in a vinyl, because I didn't want to write it out, because mirror glass is tricky. And so I wanted to do it just in vinyl letters. And so I did it in vinyl letters.
Very cool.
Yeah, thank you.
Well, we got Michelle Vigent just tried to log in. We're going to wait for her to get situated. She looks like she's having some technical challenges today.
Who's having technical challenges today?
Michelle is trying to get into the studio, so we're
okay.
Get herself situated.
Tell Michelle to get her behind in here. No. Get Michelle in here. Michelle and I probably have the same kind of difficulties with our families running around needing us all day long.
Well, despite all of the technical challenges we had today, we still had some pretty great content that was submitted. I love listening to you three ladies talk about your feelings on going back to work. That was a real conversation.
That was a real conversation.
People don't understand what we've been through. Us professional artists travel a lot. We travel to shows. We have regions. We have to load up a truck.
Packing up.
Carry 500 to 1,500 pounds of panels.
And sometimes you're doing it all by yourself.
Exactly. And so you sleep in hotels. I'm not trying to make it sound like it's fire and brimstone. It is not. I wouldn't trade my life for nothing in the world.
Oh no, because it's actually once you get there, getting there is the fun.
Yeah, but to go from all of that to working from our personal studios and social distancing and the current climate that we're in, many of us thought it was over. We were about to get boxes from U-Haul and tape. And we can downsize things. So it's a wonderful situation. So be able to reach out to our following and people can see what we're doing and what we're up to is pretty wonderful. So we'll be bringing you this show every day to the end of the month, so you can see artists currently working on their current body of work. This is the Creative Quarantine. In case you guys have not seen, we're going to give you an indication of the artists that are part of this project. And here we go. Well, Louise, it looks like Michelle is inside the queue. I'm going to bring her in.
Wonderful.
You
Hey,
said,
Michelle.
and we bring her in. She's got a big smile already. So let's see what's happening. How you doing, Michelle?
Hey there, doing all right. Is my other camera upside down in any way? I can't. The picture's so tiny.
I'm trying to see what this other image is on your screen. Is that correct?
Not. It's doing. It's got some echoes. It's weird. It's on my phone as a sketchbook, but I can't see which side is up because my phone is upside down.
Okay. Well, if from what your overhead cam, it looks like a distorted image.
Weird. I wonder what's going on because it's the camera's definitely working because I can see what's on the camera. I just can't see what angle it's at.
I can't even tell what's happening on that image.
All right, let me try exiting. Oop. See if that helps it. That was weird.
Hunter, I'm just gonna leave that up in case you need me to pop back in.
Okay, sounds good.
There we go.
Okay.
That's much better. I think we got it. There you go.
Very nice.
Now, is it possible to turn it horizontally?
Yeah, that's what I wanted to see if I could get the camera to read.
You might have to lift it up and do the gravity thing first.
Yeah, that's what I have to do with mine. I have to lift it.
Yeah, let me one sec. I have a Google phone and they have touch sensitive sides, so it keeps thinking that I want to like do something with the phone. All right, come on sideways. Sorry about the technicals.
It's okay. It's been a technical kind of day.
Technically challenged day.
It's been a technical kind of day.
I imagine. Oh my goodness.
That's the beauty of it.
There we go. That better. Oh.
Yes, it is.
All right.
It was, but don't worry about it. Do your thing.
It is not.
It just switched back when you.
Oh my goodness. Well, as long as it's not upside down, it's my big thing. Because I want to just make sure that you can see. I was going to talk about how I like my little travel kit when I'm doing sketching on the road.
Okay.
Because that's a big part of my work.
We're going to give you the screen. You ready?
Awesome sauce.
All right, now I'll be right here.
So I thought I would do a little presentation on like kits for traveling because the vast majority of my art has to be done like in little bits and bobs. Like most of the practice that I've gotten done has been in the moments that I can steal away. A lot of people, when they look at my art, the first thing they notice is the lighting. And I often get compliments on the lighting. And people seem to think that like there's maybe like some trick to it. But in reality, I really firmly believe that lighting comes from practice. And the best way to practice is actually doing plein airs. Plein air is when you go and paint outside, typically all at once, not always. But when you go and paint in the light as you see it. And I don't necessarily, when I do plein airs, I don't necessarily go out to go make fine art. And that's actually why I have a sketchbook in front of me. This is a sketchbook of plein airs I had done. And you can even see like there's stains on the thing. I went through a period of time where I was very anxious about like ruining paper, I guess. This sketchbook actually ended up with a peach smashed in it. And at first I was going to throw it away. And then I realized that it was actually kind of fun to paint on, even with brown stains and stuff. Sometimes I incorporated in them, sometimes I didn't. But these paintings were never meant to be shown to people, which meant that my heart and soul ended up in them because, that's the way it goes. So you can see like here, I was playing with dappled light on a rooftop. I can even hold it up closer to the camera. In this case, what I really wanted to show and what inspired me was not just the dappled shapes. It's hard for the camera to pick up, but there's a lot of subtle blue tones in the shadows from the reflected sky. And then underneath the eaves are these warm browns. They're very, very subtle, but you can't always see them in a photograph. It's much easier to see when you are outside and looking. So these paintings, like they're not finished works. There's not a lot of detail in them, but here, like I wanted to capture like the light colors of the sunlight coming through the underside of the leaves and the way that the shadows fell. And these might be done, like a couple of these were done on my lunch break back when I was still working at UMass. This one was done at the dog park of a muddy river. This one was done the garage of the place that I used to live, because I really loved the way the light dappled on that blue, because it was actually the same shade as the garage. It was pretty cool. This one's the shed, and I did this one because of the warm bounce light of all the stuff in the shed. When the light would hit it just right. This was probably close to golden hour, I want to say, when things were pretty warm in some areas and cool in others. This was a friend's garden. A graveyard. This one was painted while my kid was napping. I had to, I got them down, and it was a warm summer day, so I had all the car open with my kid sleeping, and I was sitting on the trunk, inside the car, not out of it. I have a hatchback. I had the hatchback open, and I was sitting, looking at the long shadows in the graveyard. But yeah, the way that I make these is actually with a simple little travel kit. This one's a Winsor Newman Cotman palette. This one's actually my cleaner one. I have a couple of them because I keep them in different bags that I have so that I can grab and go. Although since COVID, it was actually hard. I was surprised. It was hard to find all my supplies because with COVID, I haven't been going out and about. And also I had gotten an iPad, and the iPad's really changed my workflow. So a lot of times I've been doing what I used to do entirely traditional digitally. And digital has some benefits. It can be really amazing to be able to do a piece, unlike with these watercolors, the digital, I can go back and noodle around until it's perfect and make a print out of it if I really, really loved it, or I could use it for something else. Whereas my workflow for the iPad isn't that much different. I really like translucent watercolor brushes, so they still require some thinking. When it comes to capturing light, I know lots of people paint with different things. I've seen plenty of painters paint with oils. I've seen gouache, which is something that I've really wanted to try but haven't gotten to make a kit yet. I find that watercolors travel the best. They require a bit of thinking when you put them down and a little bit of practice, but the results can be very lovely, and it's a good way to capture light, and they can go anywhere, and you can always refill. I use one single brush for most of these. I use a Pentel water brush medium. And what I like about this kit is I can recommend it to people because it's nice and cheap. For a long time, we did not have much money, and it's only very, very, very recently that that it was not it was less of a concern when buying supplies. I would make anything work, anything. And this Cotman palette, I can't remember how much it was, but it's not crazy expensive. And the Pentel water brush, I think you can get it $7 with a coupon at Michael's. And then the paper that I use is a mixed media. I think my other pad has the thing still. It's the Visual Journal from Strathmore. These are 5.5 by 8. It's a nice size because it can easily fit in a purse or in a dashboard of the car. And as a bonus, when my kid is really hard to entertain at a restaurant, I can let them noodle around on the color because it's also non-toxic. In here, yeah, you can see some sketches that I made of people walking by. I've been really trying to add people to my scenes. I don't have many pictures where I've done that. And so what I've been trying to do is really focus on capturing a gestured shape for humans so that I can much more easily add them to my scenes and actually have them look human. I'm trying to think. This has been barely started. My kidlet was asking me to draw Spider-Man. This one sometimes, is a good example. I'll start a picture and I'll totally intend to finish. This one I had started while they were working on my car. And I walked to the park that was really close by to where the garage was and just started drawing the statue. And I just painted until they called me. And you just have to accept when you do this kind of thing that the vast majority of the pictures will never be finished. I've got lots of sketches started. And my process for this is I'll sit and I'll pick an angle, although I try not to think about it too much because the point of these is much less about composing a finished image as it is about capturing the light and capturing detail as practice. For me, this is like artist meditation, artist practice. This kind of thing fuels finished pieces by providing me a visual library and language to choose from so that when I go to make a piece of the background, I can add a building or a bench or a tree and have it look the way it should. And yeah, many of them, this one was very messy. I would not have considered this a success, but it was an experiment in how to capture that dappled light texture. This one was not it was not successful because I didn't really consider the warms and the cools. And sometimes that happens. But yet then I did this one, and this one I love, which was this was taken, I want to say probably like a 1 o'clock PM lighting or whatnot, but it's in under the biggest trees in the UMass campus. So there's nice cool colors in the foreground where I was sitting in the shade and I was looking at the greenhouse in the light. So you have these warm colors in the middle. And that's what I've been working towards, is trying to learn how to use lighting to compose a picture and to draw attention. And in addition to that kind of practice, I also do a couple different kinds of sketchbooks. Here's one where I practice anatomy. So what I'll do is study an animal. Sometimes I'll have several pages. I'll do very careful studies of, like this one's of a rhinoceros's hoof. And it's about how, like, this is what the underside looks like. And this is what it looks like from the front. And sometimes I'll draw it a few times from pictures and then I'll draw it from memory. This one's a very, very quick gesture of its skeleton so that I can really understand how the parts fit together. And oftentimes the first ones will be really structured, and then I'll start to play. And I really think that play is a really important part of the process. And play is how I discover what I like about the shapes, what I don't, and what to take from it in the future. Here's a pig. I'm trying to think. The osprey sketches are some of my favorites. I see ones there. And there's a part where, like, here's one where it's a different ospreys diving, but they kind of merge together. And I really like how sketches, they come to life sometimes randomly when you don't expect it. Let me get this wire out of here. I didn't realize I'd fall. Okay, so, but yet I have, these structured ballpoint sketches. I really like sketching in ballpoint. It has a nice dramatic look to it. It does take a lot of practice though. But I find for me, I get really noodly with the lines. And some of that is, I do have a fatigue disorder and I do get really fatigued fast. And I think that probably contributes, but because I've never, ever been able to get perfectly clean lines, but sketching in ink has definitely improved my economy of line and shape and making sure that if I'm going to make these little noodly lines, that they're going to work in a way that works for the picture. Here's owls. I really love studying animals. I love the different shapes that they make, the different curves, and incorporating it in other things. So here I had done those realistic studies of the owls, and then I played with the owl and I made it into a kitty, a little like, how would the feathers overlap the tail and how, would it have wings? Here's it chasing a mouse, which I think there were studies on earlier. And then I have sketchbooks that are entirely dedicated to play. This one's one of my character, Storm's Legacy. There's skulls, it's just random stuff. This one's much less practice. There might be ideas for final paintings mixed in with random happy doodles of things that I was excited about in the moment. I often watch documentaries and I'll sketch the animals real fast, which are different than the ones that when I do the other studies, they're from photographs so that I can really capture the shape. Whereas I love also watching documentaries and sketching in a different sketchbook so that I can capture lines and gesture. And it might just be a whole page of lines. And you wouldn't even know if you did, like, I know what they are, but if you didn't know me, like, those are not the sketchbooks that I show off to people. And they're not the sketchbooks that I take places where people might ask me, can I see your sketchbook? Because that's actually one of the most anxiety-inducing questions someone could ask, especially because the vast majority of my sketches don't look like anything. They just look like lines. And people are like, oh, you're an artist. Okay, are you an abstract artist? Not exactly. So one of the things that I thought I would do was to demonstrate a little bit about my process. I often take photographs. What I love about having, like, there's a lot I hate about being in the era of phones, but one of the things that I do love is that I can take photographs anytime I see a sky I love. And to top it off, now, like, I've got a Google phone in my case, and I can it automatically uploads them to the cloud, and like I have it set to upload to Google Photos, and Google Photos is so amazing. You can just write like skies, and it'll draw up every picture of a sky I have ever taken, and which is great because I take lots of pictures of skies, and I used to fill up my PC with so many photographs, and they'd all be like image CC, gobbledygook of numbers. And I would have to manually go through and put them in different folders if I ever wanted to find them again. And I have to admit, like, I got through about half of them, maybe more like a quarter, before I kind of gave up. And I ended up just like hoarding photos to be sorted someday. And this has really changed that. Here's a photo I thought I would draw of, this is actually taken just up the street. I live in Sunderland, which is a rural town. It's in the Pioneer Valley, which is the lowest point basically around the Connecticut River in Massachusetts. It's a beautiful flat town that's just covered on all sides by these mountains. Although we call them mountains, but I suppose if you're from anywhere else, they're just hills, but they are quite beautiful. And in this case, this was a really strange day where it was mostly overcast, but you had these rays of sun that were peeking through. It was right after a storm, and you had these strange cloud formations that created this effect where you'd have patches of light and then these patches of deep, deep, deep dark, but there was no blue sky, so the reflected light was not blue. It was actually a warm gray. And the hills, even on edges that you would expect normally to fade in the distance, would catch the light in such a way that it would bring them forward, even though the hills in front of them were much darker. And I thought it would be interesting to try to capture that effect.
Well, it's a little hard to see from the angle that you're on. And
so sorry.
I think at one point you were engaging yourself.
It's hard to see the wear a thing.
Yeah. But I see your process is real introspective. So at what point will you be able to start working on some pieces for the quarantine?
Oh, I already did. Today I actually videotaped myself. But I wanted to get them in a piece. Like, my first steps of acrylic painting is like painting part of the picture and then letting it dry, and painting part of another picture and letting it dry.
Mm-hmm.
I did capture videos though of that, and explaining where the thought process were for the pieces, which I'll be submitting to you soon.
Okay, fantastic. Well, thank you for that input. We are. I think everybody did a great job today. This first couple of days is really everybody trying to plot how to get started. You got some artists that just dove in, and you got some artists that are still thinking about what they're going to do and really going over their process. So it's nice that you can show what process you go through before you start.
Mm-hmm.
So we'll be checking in with you tomorrow. We're going to come up with a light schedule for the week so people can get things done. But we'll tune in tomorrow to see what you got for us.
Sounds good. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Yes, y'all. Yes, y'all. We are moving and grooving. All the artists are in some facet of trying to begin their process. This is not an easy process when you select a date like January the 1st. But yes, everybody started. Some people have already begun bodies of work. Some people are still kind of figuring out what they're going to do. We got Ryan Murray inside the studio right now. We're going to bring him into the screen. How you doing, Ryan?
I'm good. How are you?
We're doing fantastic, man. We're just checking in to see how you're doing. And man, that space looks like it's real cozy, man. You look like you might even have a fire burning in there somewhere.
I have a space heater going. I'm actually out on my porch right now.
Okay, no problem. So I'm going to turn it over to you, Ryan. You go ahead and do your thing for a few.
All right. So I'm doing some more. Well, first of all, my name is Ryan. For those that don't know, I work largely in spray paint. I live in Springfield, and I guess like these first few days, I'm just trying to get my bearings a little bit and work with stuff that's easy to set up. So I've been doing acrylic freehand painting for the past couple of days. As we get further on into the month, I will be doing more spray paint stuff. I have a roommate who's actually going to be moving out on the 20th, which will be great because I'm going to be utilizing that empty space for storage and possibly studio stuff. We'll see what happens. So the last week of this, we'll hopefully see a lot more work, a lot more finished work in a cooler space. Let's see here. Lost my train of thought. I'll give you a second. I'm just working on a sketch of a suburban street from Northampton, where I grew up. Northampton, for those that don't know, is in the Pioneer Valley. It's an 87% white town. So I often felt like a fish out of water growing up there. And towards the beginning of quarantine, I was starting to experiment with some pieces that sort of look back on my childhood in a way. I'm going to be really weird and pull up a work from my website real quick because the real thing is really large and I don't feel like going to grab it right now. Just give me a minute. All right, so this was the last freehand piece that I completed, and this was actually pretty early on in the quarantine, or in the lockdown last year. Let's see it there, hopefully. But I was really thinking about how out of place I felt as a black kid in predominantly white suburbia. Let's see here. And so this painting that I'm working on tonight, kind of just doing a study of suburban landscapes to hopefully like re-enter that theme and sort of, I don't know, explore it a little bit. Just like the painting I was working on last night, I'm not really sure which direction this is going. Right now I'm just blocking out areas of color. I actually learned this really neat trick on Instagram from someone that before you start, you wash the entire canvas in like a light off-white color. I use light blue here because it's probably going to be my sky. But you do that so that when you're layering on top of it, the white of the canvas doesn't show. And just kind of outlining buildings over here and stuff. This probably looks a lot better from a distance than it does up close. And social media sites like Instagram, like they're really good for getting artist tips, no matter how old you are. And I would highly recommend just browsing through it. I don't know if you need an account to get the app, but it'd be great if you didn't. But either way, I highly recommend just scrolling through, like searching a hashtag artist tips, and then scrolling through the results for about 5 minutes and see what you come up with. I think for me, buildings in the suburbs also are a pretty like huge indicator of wealth gaps, which is something that's really intriguing, especially like during the past election, a really huge talking point for Trump was that Biden was going to destroy the suburbs, which I thought was really interesting. It's like, what did he mean by that? I think we all know.
So Ryan, did you enjoy your shopping spree, man?
I did very much.
I need that video. I know, was it on Snapchat or something that you sent that out?
It was TikTok. Are you
Okay.
familiar with TikTok?
Yeah, I'm familiar with it. Is there a way you can get us that video?
Yeah, I have a link to it. I can I don't know if there's a place I can upload it to.
Yeah.
Or should I email it to you?
You can email it to me.
Okay.
I'll play it the next time while you're doing your thing so people can see the fun you had. Yeah. No cheap stuff for you, huh?
No. I mean, when the opportunity's there, I mean, you just take it.
That's right, man. So how long have you been working on that piece?
Sure, since this afternoon. I literally started this afternoon.
Okay. And you are a lefty.
I am a lefty. My partner is also a lefty.
Okay. So has your start been pretty easy, or has it been? I know you said you were one of the few that mentioned you were having a creative block starting. So where are you on the creative block?
A lot better than I was yesterday. I kind of just I went through a folder of on my desktop of images that I usually reserve for stencils, stuff that I hadn't used yet, and I just kind of picked one and ran with it.
Okay.
I think tomorrow I might do a stencil. Because that process is really, compared to this, which is like really free-flowing and I don't really know what to expect for the result.
Right.
Stenciling it's very meticulous and careful for me. And
now, what do you cut your stencils with?
For the smaller ones, I use the Cricut machine, and for the larger ones, I hand cut.
Explain to me what a Cricut. Explain to the audience what a Cricut machine is, because you've mentioned that about 3 times.
Yeah, so it's like this. It's this machine that looks like, here, I'll just bring it out. This room here. All right, so this is a Cricut machine. And what you do is there's software that you upload an image into, and you tell it like what to cut, and then you put it on a mat that then goes into here. I'll just open it up, but it goes into there like that, and you can see the rotary blade right there.
Okay.
It'll cut it for you.
Fantastic. That's pretty cool.
My aunt actually uses one.
Well, that's pretty cool. Nothing like having modern gadgets.
Yeah, exactly.
So what do you think is going to be your challenge in the next coming week with the quarantine?
I think for me, sharing the space with other people, especially as one of them is making plans to move out. I mean, there's just going to be a lot of communication.
Right.
Aside from that, I think depends. Like if I think my work stops in an interesting place, I mean, with freehand paintings like this, I tend to like just go over and over and just not be pleased with it. I really wasn't pleased with the one I made last night. So what I did was I set it aside, and I'm planning to come back to it in maybe 3 or 4 days, see how I feel about it then.
Exactly. That's a good way to work it. You know, just keep it revolving, and let them kind of do what they do.
And I'm having fun with this one.
Well, Ryan, we're going to let you go ahead and get back into the groove. Just wanted to check and see what you were creating. It looks like you were in the zone.
Yeah, doing pretty well.
That's good. Well, we'll be checking in with you tomorrow. We're going to have an adjusted schedule during the week and maybe longer hours on the weekend. But hopefully you'll be able to start videotaping some of your work too, because that'll save you a lot of time as well if you can videotape some of your projects and post them.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna have a lot of fun with that.
All right, Ryan. Well, we will check in with you tomorrow.
All right, thank you very much.
Take care now. Yeah, y'all. So we are moving, we are grooving. Everybody is getting in the flow. I'm going to give you this presentation coming up by Sheba Maya. She has been trying to get the whole technology thing down like everybody else. This is a big learning curve for all of us with technology. So we're all learning a lot of stuff, learning how to use all of our equipment. And so here we go.
Hi. Okay, so it's day 3, right? And yeah, it's been a whirlwind. It's been a whirlwind of ideas and inspiration and false starts, and I feel like now I'm finally in the groove of things. I'm even sure what like my thoughts are for the day, but I'm really excited that like all of the like creative constipation is over with. Like all of the hiccups and wondering how I'm going to do this and where is this going to go. Like I'm trying to let go of all of that. I'm trying to let go of all of that and just giving myself permission to do what I want. To do what I want. And maybe that's just hard. Like we're wired, maybe not wired, but programmed to feel like the things that we really want to do aren't as important as the things that we really need to do. And so we don't give ourselves permission to indulge in that. But there's a lot of growing.
Pancho, they're saying there's no audio. Can you hear me?
Well, instead of starting from scratch with ideas, I'm going to use things that I've already started, ideas that I've already written down, things that I already have either half baked or cooked up in my mind. I'm not starting from scratch. Like for creative parenting, be generous, even if everything is my things are already started. And I also had a chance to talk to my book mentor, Suzanne Coley. She's incredible. This woman is a genius. And she gave me some really great advice, a lot of encouragement, and it makes me feel great. Thank you. I'm following everything to the letter. Yeah, I also got a lot of great feedback from a lot of people I haven't talked to in a long time because I haven't been on social media for months. And so it's really great to have that support, encouragement, excitement around what I'm doing. There were a lot of nerves around that. So it's really affirming to hear that people are excited to see me back online. So you can't be person. So I'm back. So I shared a lot of my journals, a lot of the content of my journals. I think I shared too. So after the presentation was over, I spent some time looking through that stuff again, trying to gather inspiration. We just starting here. Like stop the overthinking this. So I decided to go into my journal and started it. From that kick that I wanted to do, I did it. It was a little slow going in the beginning, but once I loosened up, and I realized, oh, this is the part that's so much fun. That there's no rules. There's no rules. It's just you can apply theory or techniques if you want to. You know, I'm almost gonna avoid it because it's second nature, but it's not meant to be that tight. It's not meant to be that tight. It's meant to be, just do it real quick, make your fast decisions, put it all down, see what looks good, and just go with it and leave it. Leave it, work with it, see what happens. It's super fun. It's so much, very much. And in that process, I was able to, my ideas were just coming rapid fire. When I get ideas, they happen to me. I don't often sit. It's harder for me to sit down and say, how should I do this? How should I push this idea? More often, it just kind of hits my brain. A vision, a concept. It just hits me. And I just I've tried to explain this before to people saying how to get your idea. And I guess it comes from inspiration. I see something that gives me an emotional response that triggers a vision or something I relate to, and then that vision stays with me, and I need to project, hold on to it, or project it, or execute it. And I have a lot of practice in but normally they have they can bombard me like I've explained it like dreams, like when you have a dream and you're not asking for this dream to happen. It happened to you. It entered your mind and you retain these crazy things, or maybe mundane things, whatever your dreams consist of. And but even if it doesn't make sense, it makes sense. You know what I mean? Like you can rationalize it, you can put reason around it, you can see something. And even if it's like, oh, I was at the playground and everyone had heads like elephants. It's weird. I mean, that happened to you. You weren't sitting there thinking about that. That happened to you, and then you remembered it and reflected on it. That's how my ideas happen. Only. So it's exciting to have that sensation, but it's also kind of overwhelming when you have a lot of ideas and not enough time. But it's fun when you're like live, and then all of a sudden everything's just like, ooh, what about this? Ooh, what about that? And I think that's what experimentation makes it so that it gives you this chance to like flow to another idea and then try it, and then flow to another idea and try it. So I think it's like this building process. Just let's do this idea and try it. Let's do this idea and try it. That's what all of this paper arts, book arts, all this stuff has been for me. Like I started with collaging, and then that led me to journaling and letter writing letters to people, but decorating the letters with art and collaging, and making art on the envelopes and making it super over the top. And then that led me to things like calligraphy and the letter form as art. Then that led me to wanting to make my own journals so that I could make pretty art in my own journal. And then that led me to wanting to make books of all kinds, not just journals, but I was becoming inspired to make unconventional books, not just the books you see on shelves, which were just as exciting, but also books that didn't look, books that were artful, books that didn't look like a typical book, books that weren't made from conventional materials, or created with conventional styles or designed in conventional ways. And it's seriously fascinated with the function of books, their purpose, and the construction of them, and their history. Until one thing just kept leading to the next thing. So the book binding led me to what if I could on paper for the books? Much better. That's really cool. And that led me to paper making. Paper making led me to working with botanicals. I became seriously interested in drying flowers, and at a time I'd buy myself bouquets of flowers just to experience the joy of having flowers, and then honoring their lives by preserving the flowers as best I could and finding ways to use them in art. And then I started using paper making, and then the paper making went back into my collaging, and all of that also led to printmaking. I mean, I was experimenting hardcore, okay? And it's exhilarating, so much fun. And what ended up happening was it informed my illustration. And then the illustration ended up being a really good place to incorporate the bookbinding, the collaging, the paper making. It all worked really well together. So, and I like when disciplines interact. Like I like when I study one discipline and I can bring it back to my drawing, and it feels and it makes the work better. And so this is a seriously exciting time for me. I get jazzed off this stuff, but I get crazy passionate about my art making, and I'm not right if I'm not making my art. So I'm in such a good space. I've been seriously like emotional over the isolation. It is no secret that I've been bummed out. I've been seriously bummed out over loneliness, and this is offering me a chance to reconnect through my art. It's really satisfying because a void and an imbalance that I was suffering through autism. I'm in a great space. I'm in a really great space. So today, I'm going to be sharing the stuff that I've made since my last presentation yesterday. So I dove into my journal and I started working in it again. I'm going to share that with you. And then that led to some other ideas, a drawing that I also made. And I'll kind of walk you through some of my thoughts, some of the things that happened along the way. And I guess we did time lapse. Maybe that's the time lapse. I'm done. So yesterday, I went through some of my old stuff that I found. I found a bunch of paper and collage work journals that I had made, and I kind of did a little flip through of one of my favorite journals, and showed off some of my earlier collage work. These are some of the first ones that I did as they started to evolve. I really like these because they feel so surreal. They're fun color studies, and they feel so dreamy and still very Afrofuturism, but much more abstract than what I would typically draw. So I was really inspired by finding these pieces. I really wanted to give it a go at making another, which was harder than I thought it would be. It was hard. It was a hard time loosening up. I think I was overthinking it. And not having that success. But after my presentation yesterday, after going through the journal and finding old stuff, you know, I spent some time just using that as inspiration to just kind of loosen up, get back into it. Just as a quick, I know we had some technical difficulties, so I'm not sure if you were able to catch any of the flip through of my journal, but it's chock full of just ideas and thoughts about my creative journey, and it's just a lot of collage work throughout. And I talked about the different things that were included, stuff that I had made, and assembled and collaged together thoughts that I had written down. We kind of went through a lot of those things. I'll probably go back and look at some of these more in depth, maybe. But I wanted to get back into starting this again. It's one of those things where it's like, just do it. So I just did it. I just started, and I came up with this in the wee hours of the morning. Probably around midnight, I started this. So there's some lines to erase here, but I really loved it. It was slower than I remember. It was slower than I remembered, but I think it was just I was kind of knocking off the dust a little bit. But my favorite bits are these iridescent, and holographic, maybe that's a better term, holographic bits that I found. I think this is the back of this is the lining of the greeting card envelope. Some bits of a bag, a gift bag that had like nebulas, and it's also holographic, which I'm sure you could appreciate in person much better. But it has this gorgeous, subtle rainbow effect when you tilt it in the light. And then I also added some washi stickers that had gold foil. This was a bit from a calendar that had flowers on it. It's just another little bit of that. It's an interesting piece of paper that I found that looked like kind of mermaidy, really pretty. And I think this is a bit from a magazine, like a piece of a watch, I think that was. Maybe that washi sticker. So yeah, just little bits of odds and ends that I had, kind of randomly around. Another color, I love doing color studies. I think I'm very much driven by color. I tend to make the color decision first, and then I dive in to what I'm going to do. When it comes to these things, so there were some larger collages in here that didn't have a whole lot of entry attached to it, and this was one of them. Well, it really wasn't that successful in my execution. I see a lot of little bubbles. And I'm sure I lost some of these little bits of gold confetti. There's a gold star on her head that's kind of bent. But it's not very neat. It's not very neat. I think this was a bit from the calendar. It had some gold foil on it. I think this was a part from the greeting card. Some magazines, some more washi stickers. This is a sticker that turned into, I guess, a necklace and a halo. It looks like kind of sacred geometry almost, right? I created the sky with different patches of blue that were very similar to like the sky. And I found the words dream and new room catchers. I don't know if this was together or not, but I like this as a theme for a composition. And I was really kind of inspired by this. Now, a separate conversation that I had with my mother, who was a phenomenal artist. She's just incredibly amazing. You should definitely take the time to check out her Instagram, Glen52. She's incredible. But and she's also a bit of a mentor to me when it comes to this art stuff. She's one of my best art friends, and we talk about art at nauseam. It's crazy how much we talk about art. And she has suggested to me that I use my collages as a jump off point for drawings. So I said, I'm going to try this idea. I'm not going to try to think of anything new. This is an idea. that's been presented to me. I think it's a fabulous idea. I'm going to try it. I think it's a great idea to use my collages as inspiration, especially these larger collages where they have bigger focal points and it's not as gridded out as this guy here. There's lots of rectangles. It feels a lot more strict. And this here, bigger elements, so little tiny bits. This I mounted on on a regular playing card. I did a lot of these on playing cards. Okay, so what did I do with that? This is digital drawing I started this morning. So yes, definitely some changes that I've made, but it was a great place to start. It was a wonderful way to incorporate other ideas that I had. So, what were some of the changes that I made? I added this kind of, I don't know, maybe it's a halo, but I wanted it to look translucent so that what was behind her was kind of still shining through a little bit. And I think I might play with light here as this moves forward. This is still in progress. I always wanted to do some sort of temple that was a giant mask. So that's what I'm attempting here. There's a doorway over here. This may turn into a doorway instead of a mouth. I like it as a mouth though. I think that when I see mouths like this, it reminds me of chanting. It looks magical. This orb back here, and to me, ended up looking like a bubble. I don't know if that's gonna stay or go. I'm not sure. I think the woman ends up looking like me a tiny bit, which tends to happen when I start making up the face. Sometimes, not all the time, but sometimes I show up in my artwork in some kind of way. And that might change too. I might change her face a little bit. Haven't really developed her face yet. I was still getting her structure down. But I think this will be a bowl that it might have some decoration on it. I'm gonna give her some jewelry that pops and make her very dark skinned and make this very light or very light. I'm not sure though. Misha, stop it! Out of here. Sorry. So, in the collage, I made a circle and cut out part of it, and it looked like a purse to me. It looked like maybe a bag or something that she was carrying. So this may stay or go. I'm not sure. She should be carrying something different, or something will be coming out of this. I don't know. Not sure yet. But I do like this rocky shape that she's walking towards and up. It looks like she's walking up towards it and up into this other space, and that she's resting on this like rocky surface and but comfortably softening against all these jagged edges. So I like that juxtaposition of the hard and all this softness going on, just these flowy lines and these kind of jagged lines. I love, love, love. So yeah, that's where I am going with this. I'm really excited. There'll be some more additions, there'll be some more development. But what I like about this collage is that the collage making is very free form. It's very free form. There isn't a whole lot of calculating to it. The decisions come faster than they do for me when I'm illustrating. In the illustration, I ruminate a lot. But with the collaging, I'm working with what I got to see how I can piece it together and how they will speak together. And that's just an entirely different way of thinking about your work. I don't have any contrived notion that I'm going into collage. I don't have any preconceived notion of what this collage will end up looking like. I see what happens as it goes along, and I really enjoy how that feels. So So to kind of put that up against illustrating, now I can reflect on what I've created. What does this make me feel? And I do feel like this woman here who's walking is a dream catcher. Maybe even the temple behind her is a dream catcher of sorts as well. Maybe the orbs are the dream catchers. These are questions I was asking myself as this started to develop. And of course, the proposed woman is dreaming. And yeah, what I started feeling was that the woman who was walking, um, she's she's carrying these dreams into reality. So the idea of manifesting what you visualize, bringing your dreams into fruition, is what I was feeling here. Like maybe she has that power. Maybe she has the power to take your dreams and make them real, take your fantasies and make them reality. I don't know. But I like where this is going, and as I reflect on its development, I'm sure I'll be sharing it with you. So yeah, so now for the time lapse. Enjoy.
There's two types of artists, especially I love watching in the quarantine artists try to get into their flow because you got two different groups of artists. You got one group of artists that's introspective. They're going to plan. They're going to be in their head, thinking and processing. And you got another group that's just going to go. Okay. Now, I'm not saying one is right or wrong because the creative process don't have a right or wrong. It has to be suited for the person. But in the quarantine, we've learned that the people who tend to overthink are more in a box than the ones that jump. Okay. The ones that jumped are very confident. They're just not going to overthink it. They're just going to execute. That just do it mentality. I think that all artists can learn from that just do it mentality, that just remove the box. Just it's not thinking inside the box, just remove the box altogether. Just don't put a restriction around yourself and put yourself in a free environment to just execute. And so it's like double watching kids in the neighborhood doing double dutch. I know that's old school stuff, OG in the house. I know people are not jumping rope like they used to, but that person that had to try to really rhythmically figure out how they want to get into the rope. And some artists are the ones that delay jumping in. And I tell you, I have a lot of respect for the ones who jump in. The ones who jump in tend to be a little more productive as well, because what happens is that it's already taxing on your brain. And we all have bits and pieces of that. Like I was really sweating whether my studio was organized before I started. I've been working long hours. I've been also working as a tech for the show, so I have to oversee elements of that. I do have a partner for that, but it still divides my time. If I'm programming and broadcasting for 6 hours, then you can imagine that at least 3 of that is going to be wasted. And I would have normally had that time to myself. So I'm trying to stay focused to create regardless of the workload that has to come down in the next 30 days. So it's been a good experience so far. All of the artists, the biggest challenge we're facing is technical. All artists have different levels of technical ability. And in a project like this, you really test that. You got to think about it. All of their Wi-Fi issues are different. All of their equipment issues are different. The technical knowledge of how to utilize those things are different. We try to make sure we keep everybody at least from here to at least right in there. Right in there is good enough, because then that's where they can relax, open themselves up to learn this technical stuff, because all of us are alienated by it. None of us prefer to be in front of the camera. And so I commend all artists so far for just jumping in and taking on the challenge and really expanding themselves. Me personally, I'm on a good schedule so far. I've produced 2 pieces a day for the last 2 days, and I'm hoping that I can keep that up. The pieces I've been working on so far have been abstract faces. I'm intrigued by faces. I do a lot of faces in my work. I do a lot of figurative work. I like abstract, but I haven't really explored it. So I'm really going to try to explore more abstract on this particular quarantine. All of the artists right now seem to be getting geared up for collaboration. So I'm excited to do that. 30 days sound like a lot of days, but when you really start mapping out what you hope to get done in that period of time versus some of the other things that are happening, it's going to be to be seen, but I do believe that we got a good group of people that are motivated. So we should be fine.
Ain't no dream, but a mental desert, like a scream inside my mind. What am I supposed to do? Used to miss the hidden sign. It's too late for life. What am I supposed to do? There's no use turning around. There's no use leaving behind. There's no you. Abandon your past. Pain is not you grieve. My life a mystery. What am I supposed to be? Numbers that are gone. All tears I cried. Like the doors of my time. Why do I believe in you? There's no use turning around. There's no you leave behind. There's no you. What more can I say? Time to save the world. It's time to save the world. Back, forth, back. You want to get it. Put it in. Bring it down. Let's go. Bring it on. Step it up. Right there. Bring it down. Put it in. Here we go. Step it up. Bring it on. A lesson on how raw you do it. I'm a kid thing. With 3 minutes to check to get the proper time. Jackson over in the cap, what you know about? The foreign exchange arranged new concept. Strange to some, they never saw it coming though. We've been at this course a long time ago. Full contact, hit the ground under that, shaking it up, making our plans to take it over. Also respect this collective nation. True representative, we live to break down the beat. We need something new, wax me. Next century, future, musically, explore brand new, letting also lyrically. Understand, we don't follow the format. The format get more in fact. Never the same thing again, put a stop to that. Stop the that. You can't feel. Proud the world. You know that this is for real. Come on, we bring it in. Yo, take a listen. Hey, double T, A-N-O-B. Let's go. Come on, let's go. Shake it up, shake it. Bring it back, bring it back. Keep it going. Step it up, step it up. You love that. Here we go. That's right. Put it there, bring it up, bring it up. Check it out. Come on. Possibilities, what does it all get? As long as you feel it, you really shouldn't even care. Close your eyes, let your mind go down. Because this is a party you invited to come up in. Call and respond. Do you like my mind play? One step beyond, I'm around the right way. Real loud, I ain't surprised that you move your hands. And when I say it, instead of holding you all up, we get you ready to take attention. Because we still got half of the globe to supposed to serve. Tongue tap, they ask me and said, oh, give me a minute, once they all get it. We ain't looking for more and said, friend. It's something to get over the pan. You can, what can I say? You love that. Combination of real raps and drum tracks. Everything like that is easy. It's captivated until the block deep is. I'm making a promise to transmit. Already know this is as good as it gets. Some might get it, some might not even do this. People that want to do that's already focused. With the other one ready to get come along. We have to go to the school, we can get it on and on and on. You can't even breathe. Get arms and arms get sweaty. All the inside, but all we need is spaghetti. One line, yo, the sky is the limit now. Getting better now, more than enough. Getting right like the Diddy, better pack your stuff. I'm single-handedly filling you with the info. We know you before. I'm just getting more first round. So actually fail. This was real, so let's get to it. Both sides of the globe. I know you guys slow, so let's get to it. Come on, just doing the two with J.O. the crew. I thought you knew it. Something extra fail. This was real, so let's get to it. Something happened. You can't feel. Around the world. You know that this is for real. Come on, we bring it in. Yo, take a listen. J-A-double-T, A-N-O-B. N-O-B. New season, sweet as a season, it changed my sound, but ain't gonna be changed. I'm giving out to me this season. This is the time that me now is letting me go. Still here, but lost again. Strange season. I've been saying these days to trade me. Just need my change. I'm losing time to die season. I need to set me around me. Just need to go. New season, sweet as a season, it changed my sound, but ain't gonna be changed. I'm living happily this season. This is the time I let me down. Let me know.